स्क्रिप्ट नहीं बनाते ठीक है, इतना एटीट्यूड है ना। गए हाँ हाँ बस यहाँ तक बोल दूँ, सरस्वती बनना तक। हाँ फिर उसके बाद चीफ गेस्ट का तू फिर ये बोल दो चीफ का। उसके बाद मुझे समझ नहीं आया जगह कॉमन थे तो 33 हुए 30 बनवा जो मैंने आपको कल व्हाट्सएप करा 32 तो है ही। हाँ हाँ वैसे कर लो। उसके भी उसे कॉन्फिडेंस पूरा रहेगा, ठीक है ना। ओके मैं अनाउंसमेंट करूँगी तब तब। A very good morning to all of you. A big applause for all of you to join here. A big applause again. So this has been comprising firstly at the branch level, then at this position we all will be participating to contest from national level. Previously the program was played at Puri Bhubaneswar, where we played the quiz contest and the allocation contest winners over SAFA contest. A big applause for those winners. For the entire team of Board of Studies. Good morning and warm welcome to all. So I am extremely delighted to see that they go far to join here for this K5 region. So we are having for the presenter PPT 3 students from all the region. I congratulate all the contestants of having made it through the finals, wading through tough competition at the branch and the regional level. In the competition is derived from the inner satisfaction of knowing it's not a small thing. From 7 lakh students you are here. So 35 students are here. It's a big applause. All the best from board of team.
जागृति तदेवामृतमुच्यते तस्मिन् लोकः शतः सर्वे तदूनात्यपि कश्चन एतद्वैता 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 एतद्वैता।
Thank you everybody. Now I request to welcome our chief guests, Dayanivas ji and Chitle ji, to join the ceremony. A big applause for them. A welcome address to all of them. And I request Kotha sir ji to kindly join us and other dignitaries for lighting the lamp. I request Neeraj Kumar Harodia ji, Shashi Bhushan ji, Neeraj Agarwal ji and Raj Singhania ji all to join the ceremony for lighting the lamp. Please light the ceremonial lamp to formally commence our today's grand national event. As they say, knowledge is the power that unlocks the doors to success. Let us now invoke Ma Saraswati Vandana, goddess of Lakshmani, to shower her divine blessing upon each of us who have joined here and those who are listening to us. I call upon all our members to chant the Ma Saraswati Vandana. Please play Saraswati Vandana.
राजश्री सोल से सारी अपडेट्स पाने के लिए बेल आइकन दबाइए।
वेलकम एड्रेस भी मैं बोल सकती हूँ।
तुषारहार धवला या शुभ्रवस्त्रावृता या वीणावरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेतपद्मासना या ब्रह्माच्युत शङ्कर प्रभृतिभिः जाड्या पहा शुक्लां ब्रह्म विचारसार परमा आद्यां जगद्व्यापिनीं वीणा पुस्तकधारिणीम् अभयदा जाड्यान्धकारापहा हस्ते स्फाटिकमालिकां विदधतीं पद्मासने संस्थितां वन्दे तां परमेश्वरीं भगवतीं बुद्धिप्रदां शारदाम्
Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Thank you for joining us and making this event a grand event. Please be seated. Now may I request our chairman sir, the honorable our chairman sir, Sushil Goyal ji, to kindly enlighten his words of wisdom for all of us. Before chairman sir is on the mic, let me share his brief profile. A bouquet for him. Come please. A big applause. He is the only organizer for the event. He has come all the way from Kolkata to join us at ICAI Hyderabad. Big applause. Under his guidance, we are successful in organizing all the program. C.A. Sushil Kumar Goyal. He is the Central Council member, as you know, is presently serving his second term in the council and having more than 22 years of experience in the field of indirect taxes. Presently, he is serving as the Chairman Board of Studies Operations Student Skill Enrichment Board. He is the convener of the Publication and CDS Directorate. He is the Vice Chairman of GST Committee and Indirect Tax Committee. He is the Vice Chairman of Strategic Planning Committee, member of a Managing Committee, a member of more than 25 committees. The list is endless. A big applause for this also. He is also a member of Quality Review Board established by Government of India. He is a prolific writer, a renowned expert in the subject. He has also authored a book of service tax titled Service Tax Guide. With 10 editions already published, the book has garnered rare reviews from ICAI and other stakeholders. He has authored 3 e-books on the subject and has contributed more than 100 articles in CA member journal, widely appreciated by all of us and all our members. C.A. Sushil Kumar ji, may I request you to please welcome.
Thank you. CA CV Chitle sir from Pune, Central Council member and Chairman Direct Tax Committee. Dayanivas Sharma, Central Council member from Hyderabad, and whatever facility all of you are enjoying here, you must be enjoying facilities? Thank you. So all courtesy Dayanivas Sharma, looking after the COE Hyderabad. Kota Srinivas, newly elected member to the Central Council from city of Bangalore. He is served as a past chairman to the Southern India Regional Council. All the persons sitting on the dais, we have few judges yet to join, but Sasi Bhushan Goyal, past chairman Tinsukia branch. Tinsukia is a city from where I belong to. It is I can say it is a town and in the east last town in the country, last branch of the ICAI also. And Neeraj Hadodia, judge, he will be judging all debate competition, Raj Singhania and Neeraj Agarwal. And this entire event coming to you, I think this event is going on for last 3 months. It is not one day, it is 3 months. First you won at the branch level, then you won at regional level, and now you are ready to win at central level, that is national level. And all this made possible by the Board of Studies executives, they all the way from Delhi here, and for last 3 months rigorously following the branches, then regional offices, and now the COE Hyderabad. So a round of applause for them also. I always consider all of you as a winner, all you on the regional level, that's why you are here. So please do not think that you are a participant. Please consider that you are a winner at the regional level, and now you are trying for the next level, and wishing all of you a grand success. Madam has told this national talent search divided into 2 parts. First was the elocution contest and the quiz contest. We have done that because we had to send our participant to the SAFA competition, and I just want to inform all of you, both our winner at the elocution contest won at SAFA level also. First and second prize won by us only. And this is second level because I thought this PowerPoint presentation competition never organized by ICAI. This time I thought this PowerPoint become our part of life. Anywhere you are, whether you are a teacher, a student, executives, or an employee in any organizations, you have to present yourself and you have to present your thought in best possible manner. And PowerPoint presentation is the best way to do this. And another competition, that is debate. Few persons says, why to debate? Why don't to agree to others? But unless until we understand the viewpoints of others, we will not able to agree to others. So that's why this debate is there. Please do not feel that other is competitor to you. He is just your colleague, he is putting his viewpoint. In Council, Dayabhai always say, do not carry the agenda in your mind. Agenda should be on papers only. So like this, you should not be considered your enemies, the other person who is there. So this is just for your improvement. Whatever you are doing, it will improve you only. That's why this is here. Since I am getting the podium, and I must inform all of you, CDS is also looked after by me only. Few problems faced by the student, but now everything is settled. We are now having specialized helpline numbers for CDS, and anybody facing any problem, please do call on that number. It is now flashed on the CDS portal, and for your information, it is also working on Sundays. There is no holidays for CDS helpline. Because when we are in service, we have to provide best services. I will get another opportunity to speak, but I will repeat again. ICAI, Skill Enrichment Board or Board of Studies Operation, organizing international conference for students. It will be hosted by Calcutta, and requesting all of you, since it is online only, requesting all of you to be part of it. And it is a big event. We have 4 motivational sessions. There will be Shiv Khera, Akash Gautam, Jaya Kishori and Ganvatsal Swami. 4 motivational speakers we have done. We have 1 power sessions, that is in the form of panel discussion. This Shark Tank 3 judges. We are 3 chartered accountant are the judges there, or we call investor there. We are contacting them. 1 chartered accountant won the gold medal in kettlebell. Another chartered accountant, she is also got the gold medal in trial racing, trial athletes. She do swimming, she do cycling, and then she do racing. And she is chartered accountant. And 1 Miss India competitor, she She is a CA student, that will also be one of the panelists. I am still looking for our chief guest. We are looking for MS Dhoni or Sachin Tendulkar or Saurabh Ganguly. Out of these three, one will be the chief guest in this international conference. And this uniqueness of this international conference, we are charging 149 rupees only, and you are getting kit even on virtual mode. Kit you have to collect from your branches. Respective branches, we will deliver the kit and you have to collect it. So conference kit first time ever will be delivered to the online participants. So these are the things. We will keep on speaking, we will keep on communicating. Be connected with the ICAI website, Twitter handle, or whatever means you are getting informations. This much only I want to say. Anytime, anything coming to your mind, please do write to Board of Studies Operation. Never think that nobody is responding. It is difficult to respond each one of you. But I promise each of your mail are discussed in our backend. Each of your mail somebody is reading. Each of your mail considered our decision. Thank you very much for being here. Wishing all the best to all of you and happy winning time, I can say. And you are already winner. So I can say that you can win. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Now I request Daya Nivasji, Central Council member, CA Daya Nivasji, to come and honor as a chief guest with a flower or bouquet for him. Clapping. A big applause. He is the Central Council member. Up to the Vidhi for the brief profile of him. So please be on the dais.
Good morning, sir. CA Dayaneva Sharma is Central Council member. He is the chairman of the Peer Review Board. He is a member of Quality Review Board, convener of the Member and Student Service Directorate MNSS, including SSP, vice chairman of Digital Accounting and Assurance Board, XBRL India board member. He is a member of Union Directorate and Digital Transformation Process Re-Engineering Group, DTPRG. He is a chairman of Center of Excellence, Hyderabad. Because of his motivation, only this program has been conducted under the guidance of CA Sushil Goyalji, sir. He is a member of multiple central committees. CA Dayaneva qualified in 2005 and thereafter revived Lakshmi Nivas and company from as a one member to 130 staff firms and contributed to 1,000 plus CAs to the fraternity. Their group is one of its kind to be called as Indian Multinational Firms or Make in India Firm of Chartered Accounting. He has been covered by a coffee table book and recognized as a young India visionary by IMG Innovative Media Group in whole of UAE. A great applause to him.
Big applause for him. So please join.
Thank you very much, madam. Respected chairman of the Board of Studies, Sushil Bhai, whom I call him Sushil Bhai regularly. So for me it is Sushil Bhai only, because you all are youngsters. It makes whole lot of difference to communicate in that format. Sushil Bhai, thank you very much for making Center of Excellence one of the most important event here of getting the grand finale for the debate and the presentation competition. Chitli Saab, thank you very much for coming, flying down from Mumbai, Pune to Hyderabad. Srinivas, thank you very much. And we look forward for your more and more participation in this time and all the judges here. Before I talk anything, let me just share with you, what is the difference which I am feeling, today. I was thinking that, it is among the students, so I will wear a informal dress and come here. It's been reverse. All you guys are wearing suits and coming for this competition, which makes me feel very good. Rather, I am feeling that I am young, though I am young. So that is one of the most important thing. What I say is, always act what you want to see yourself to be. And you all guys are doing that by wearing your beautiful, attire that makes you feel so important and you feel that you are going to be a chartered accountant. But the biggest compliment which I would like to give you all, right? First, a big round of applause for each one of you around sitting in this hall. Big, big, big. Louder, louder. Now I'll tell the reason. Out of 7 lakh students, only 36 students coming for this grand finale, you are already a winner. Compliments to you all. It's rare, you know, that you see most of the time chartered accountants coming forward for a debate, for elocutions, for any kind of other presentations. Moving forward, you know, winning from the branch level, going to the regional level, from the regional level to the central level. This shows your positivity. One, more importantly, your outlook, how you are seeing this profession to be. When I am talking about 6,50,000 plus students and 36 students only here who are participating, there is a very nice saying which I just try to pull out I'll read it out for you, okay? Just remember, read, if you want to note down, you can note down. This is something which actually motivates me on a regular basis, and you all have to continue thinking on that side. The line is very simple: grind while they rest. Grind while they rest. Study when they party. Right? And you will live like they dream. You get my point? When rest are thinking and enjoying and living their life, let them do that. You live that tough time now, so that people who dream in their life that I want to be such and such person, you know, that gives on a different corner, but you all people will become successful in the entire process. Trust me, like, you know, I'll go back to my 10th standard. For the first time when I was being told by my friends to contest for the head boy in the school, right? Can you imagine what happened? There were 3 people who contested. I came third, only for one reason. I could only talk. I could only say that I am Dayan Nivas Sharma. Beyond that, I was totally blank. Because you don't have that confidence to talk before anyone. What we are seeing on a regular basis is these young chartered accountants who are coming forward, they are actually missing out on communicating effectively. You know, one person out of few hundreds is able to make difference. The recognition is being carried. You are actually carrying the baton of this profession very effectively in the entire process. So I can only tell you one thing is, you know, get motivated. Don't shy away. What will happen? You will fail, right? Doesn't matter. I failed 14 times in CA exam. So what? Because 14 are basically a different number which I share. Just don't go with it directly. But the fact is, don't bother about it. You know, I did my articles, I completed my articles, then I wanted to work in a different culture. I didn't want it to pass. I'll put it this way, because I come from a community which primarily gives, you know, the moment you pass, you are actually put for marriage. So I wanted to fail, not for, you know, failing as such, but fail for ensuring that, you know, I want to learn more and more. So in last 15 years, I might have traveled close to 18 or 19 countries for different engagements, and now also, only because of Sushil Bhai, I am here to just share one thing. I am directly flying in from Dubai to here. So I don't have my formal clothes and all. I just completed my professional work. My luggage is in the car, but only to just see that, you know, by seeing you all guys, I'll get motivated, and I'm really thankful to you all guys on a Sunday morning, you know, on a beautiful day which is like this, you all coming from different cities of the country and actually motivating us that, you know, the competition is very tough for us for the future. You all are the competition of the future. I wish you a great success. हम लोगों को तैयार होना है सुशील भाई. When we have these youngsters like this who are going to compete, it becomes very difficult, Srinivas, for all of us, because they are, you know, thorough with Ind AS, they are thorough with GST, everything, other laws, and more importantly, now you are getting ready for your debates and the presentation we are going to look at. So my best wishes to you all. have a great success in life, only one request. Okay? One request. How successful you become, remember one thing, respect your parents every day. In my family, the culture is very simple. Every day morning when we get up, we have to go and touch our elders' feet. That's the culture which has been there. So I'm not telling you to follow the same one, but yes, remember one thing. When you are going to complete this competition, call your parents and tell that, this was good, this was bad. And rather what you learn, don't say that I have failed, I could not make it. But just say that this guy was much better than me, I need your blessings to ensure that next time I do much better than that person. Right? So the motivation and the love and affection which is going to come from your parents is going to be on a total different tangent. Right? My best wishes to you. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. Now I welcome our Chitle sir, C.V. Chitle ji, to kindly join us. A bouquet for him.
Good morning, sir. Chandrasekhar Chitle ji. He's a practicing chartered accountant, senior partner, C.V. Chitle, and co-member, Central Council member of the ICAI, Chairman, Direct Taxation Committee, and the Vice Chairman, Banking, Financial Service and Insurance Committee. Member group on multidisciplinary firms of chartered accountants, financial and tax literacy. Former Chairman, Corporate Laws and Corporate Governance Committee, and the former Vice Chairman of Committee on Public and Governance Financial Management. Member of various standing and non-standing committee, including International Taxation Committee. Has been a member, Managing Committee of Pune branch of the ICAI, was a chairman of the Pune branch of ICAI for the year 1988 to 89. He was a treasurer of the Maratha Chambers of Commerce, Industries and Agriculture in 2002 to 2008 and 12 to 18. He was nominated as a Cost Accounting Standard Board and on Cost Auditing and Assurance Standards Board of the ICAI. He was nominated on the committee of ICAI to prepare the Representation of Direct Tax Code 2010. Has contributed draft textbooks which has been adopted as a study material for intermediate and final curriculum of the Institute of Cost Accountant of India. Have a big applause for him.
A big applause. Up to you.
Good morning. Honorable Chairman, Board of Studies Operations, CA Sushil Kumar Goyal, my brother on council, and from Hyderabad, CA Daireva Sharma, and my another brother who would be taking oath on 12th February, CA Kota Srinivas from Bangalore, 4 judges from the Sunrise State of East who would be judging all the Indian participants, and all of you, my students, friends. It's indeed a great pleasure to be amongst you on this occasion of a grand finale of the competitions which are being conducted here. As you are aware that the profession is passing through the era of turbulence. But if I say this now, and if you look at inaugural speech at such conferences maybe 10 years ago, you will have the same sentence that, okay, the profession is passing through the era of turbulence. So uncertainty is the order of the day. And we as a chartered accountants and you as a student of chartered accountancy have to negotiate this turbulence and lead your clientele to those who are serving to a path of certainty and success. If you look at our curriculum, we have drafted curriculum in such a manner that a student who qualifies as a chartered accountant, he can render service not only in any nook and corner of our country, but anywhere in the globe, he is able to render those services. And this is not mere statement. We have a statistics that in more than 100 countries, our chartered accountants are serving the economy in all of those countries. And today we have had link with all of them. So what we are noticing that now the path is changing for students after qualifying, maybe a decade ago or earlier to that, 80% of them drifted to practice and maybe 20% took on service. But now the ratio is changing and more than 80% are opting for service and 20% are going for practice. So the curriculum is also accordingly designed, And you will find that if once when a chartered accountant student qualifies as a professional, he is much sought after by all industries, be it service sector, be it manufacturing sector, be it any other sector, and not only in India, but all the countries across the globe, because we have things like Ind AS or accounting curriculum relating to taxation. The understanding has been inculcated so that you are able to take up job of your desire, of your liking. And therefore, maybe these are the years in which not only you should focus on studies, but you should also think of your career and what you are going to do in future. And it is said in Hindi couplet that सीढ़ियाँ उनके लिए है जिन्हें जाना हो छत पर, जिनकी नज़र हो आसमां पर, रास्ते खुद बनाते हैं. I am sure that by showing enthusiasm in participating in these particular competitions, right from branch level, regional, and now to the national level, you have definitely displayed your enthusiasm. Because as far as the learning from textbooks and appearing for examination is concerned, is one part of examination as far as our life journey is concerned. As far as the other half is concerned, it is the practice, how you interact in the society with various people, how you are prepared to answer the questions which come to you offhand. So Board of Studies operation is playing a great role in this behalf in sharpening those skills which are really required for you to live as a chartered accountant. Because it is not that whatever definitions you are going to study are going to help you, but the manner in which you present your knowledge is going to be of your help. And therefore, your participation in whatever programs, even the national conference which Honorable Chairman just now announced, and various other conferences shapes it up. Let me tell you that as Dayanivas has stated, that maybe as far as my school life or college life is concerned, even first year of commerce, I was educated in Marathi medium in vernacular language. And therefore, it was very difficult to stand before the podium and address the gathering. But then fortunately, I was associated with Students Association, and there really the destiny shaped my personality. And thereafter, maybe once, twice, 10 times, I might have fumbled in giving speeches. But then once when you fail, maybe it paves you the path of success. And then you are able to go ahead with much more confidence. So I really compliment you in participating in these events. I am sure this is the reason for which the Board of Studies is coming out with various programs, and in future also it will come up. So maybe today we have to not only participate, because now besides bookish knowledge, more time is devoted of a chartered accountant into debates. Recently you must have seen that the due date for tax audit was 15th of January, and everybody was clamoring why ICAI is not seeking extension. And we have decided that if there is a delay in submitting those audit reports, you are aware that CAs are not at a loss, it is the assessees who are at a loss. So we have made a decision not to apply for extension, and we did not apply. But then considering the pressure countrywide, and not only even if we did not make formal representation, we were discussing with them, arguing with them, and ultimately they had to go down and extend the time limit, now you are aware, by 1 month. So these are the life experiences, and you are very fortunate that you are taking them in a laboratory manner. Because if in real life you take, whatever is the fallout, you have to face it. In a laboratory, maybe if the fallout is there, you do not face it in real life, but you learn out of it. So I compliment your participation in this really Board of Studies for organizing such competitions like debate, PowerPoint presentation, because nowadays whenever you enter corporate, you have to present yourself for interview, or if the managing director or the bosses ask you to present your view on a particular matter, generally it is expected that a PowerPoint presentation is made so that whatever point you are making hits the head. And these are the skill sets which we require, and maybe formally they are not included in our curriculum. So I am sure with your participation, with the encouragement from Board of Studies operations, you will be definitely able to make it. And I end with a couplet which Dr. Manmohan Singh, while presenting his first budget, presented at the end. सरफरोशी की तमन्ना अब हमारे दिल में है, सरफरोशी की तमन्ना अब हमारे दिल में है, देखना है जोर कितना बाजुओं का तिल में है. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for such a motivational word for all of us. Now I request our Kothas S. Srinivas from Bangalore. He has come all the way to join us. He will be the new council member and giving the oath in the month of the February. Welcome. Applause. Welcome our new council member.
CA Kotha S. Srinivas is a graduate from Bangalore University and a fellow member of the ICAI, and also a member of the Institute of Cost and Work Accountant of India. He is a partner of SSB and Associates, Chartered Accountant, Bengaluru. He has served the institute for over 2 decades. He was a chairman of SIRC during the year 2017-18. He was instrumental in collecting around rupees 1.5 crores towards the CABF in the year 2000. Life member of the Karnataka State Chartered Accountant Association, life member of Bombay Chartered Accountant Society, founder of the Group Dynamics, a study group on international taxation at Bangalore and Chennai. Sir, please.
Good morning. Namaste. I'll start with a big round of applause so that you will, a doctor has said, if you clap more, you will be more healthy. Another doctor has said, if you are healthy, coronavirus will not come to you. Again, a big round of applause for that. Well, the dignitaries on the dais, let me thank the Chairman Board of Studies Operation, CA Sushil Kumar Goyalji, for inviting me, who allowed me to come leisurely to this particular program. You know the reason why? Yeah. What is the reason? Yes, he spoke to the CBDT and the Finance Minister and got the extension of the due date so that I can leisurely, and the boss of this COE, Hyderabad, CA Dayanima Sharma, my good friend. Then we have, I don't know their names clearly, the Board of Studies members, Ginni, I suppose, Ginni and Vidhi Gupta, okay. I'll get to know them in the future. We have 4 judges, Shashi Bhushan Goel sir, Neeraj Harodia, Neeraj Agarwal and Raj Singhania. I think all of them are from West Bengal, Kolkata. Okay. You are from Assam, okay. Our CA profession. So a big round of applause to all the stars who are here. Of course, as was communicated to you by all the 3 predecessors, the advantage of speaking last is everything would have been covered. I will have very less to share with all of you. So it's a three-tier competition, as all of you are aware, branch level, then regional council level and national level. Of course, I have done a lot of programs at the branch level and also at the regional level. So usually at branch level, the better students will be selected. Many branches, there won't be students also. You should pick and send them to the regional council level. I don't know how many of you are in that category who have come and won in the national regional level. So the better students at the branch will be selected. Some branches we will pick somebody, students will be selected. So now all of you are the best students who are representing your respective region and who have come here. Now what next? All of you are best. So we should declare everybody as winners and send them back. Okay. Prize money should be distributed among all of you. Okay. So now all of you are best. Then what is next? So the best out of the best will be selected today. They will be considered as an excellent student, whether you are doing the debate or in the PPT. Concentrate on the subject, the full coverage of that particular subject, and also the in-depth knowledge what you have. I would like to add certain things like what Daya said. Definitely I'll agree with him that you are all the future CAs of this country, will be more competitors for all of us. Because today if you see, today India is a 3 trillion economy and it is expected to reach 5 trillion economy. And it will not reach on its, I'm talking about post-independence. Now within the next 5 to 10 years it has to go from 3 trillion to 5 trillion. Maybe because of this COVID it would have taken a few steps backward. But nevertheless we are hopeful and we are confident that it will reach to 5 trillion economy. And to take this country to 5 trillion economy, each and every one of us should contribute to that, and more so the young chartered accountants or young 3 trillion to 5 trillion or much more than that. So you're all in a very, very comfortable position as of now. Whatever the challenges we have for the profession, I feel that it's only temporary. Definitely our profession will strive forward whatever happens, our profession will keep on moving ahead only. So whatever it has happened, whatever technologies it has come, whatever challenges we have faced in the last 75 years, but we are moving ahead. There's no question of we seeing back or stepping back. Maybe we can come one step backward, but again, we will bounce back with 2 or 3 steps. So that is where the profession will be heading. And 2 things I want to tell you, where you should never forget in your, so we can never forget our parents, as what Daya said. You should also practice that. In fact, I am also practicing that every day. I don't have my mother. I lost her 3-4 years back. I have got a father, so you take the blessings of your parents. Today we have few parents. You can take their blessings also. So the source of existence for all of us is our parents. We should never forget that. And then source of identity. For each and every one of us, even for me, I will say Kota Srinivas, I don't have an identity. If I put CA Kota S. Srinivas, that has got an identity. The source of identity for all of us is our profession, that is ICAI. Even for you, the source of identity is you are a CA student. You would have observed, whenever you say or whenever your parents say that my daughter or my son is doing CA, even after completing your profession. Because we tend to know that many people, as it was said, 80% of them go to the service. Afterwards, they'll forget the institute itself. So that should not happen. It's not just paying the membership fee and being a member is not sufficient. You should participate in the activities of the institute and see that because of this institute, before coming to the stage fear will be there. And you're all fortunate that you have this GMCS course and 2 types of GMCS course. So we didn't have all those GMCS course. We wanted to do on the stage, we learned. As Daya said, he could say only, I am Daya Nivas Sharma. That phase even we have gone through because we didn't have GMCS course and all. On there to each and every one of you was there. But now the stage has to fear when you come onto the stage. So that is the level that you people would have gone. I wish all of you all the best. Please set the stage on fire, not physically. Thank you. All the best, all of you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Rightly said that your today's struggle will develop your tomorrow's strength. CA Neeraj Kumar Harodia.
CA Neeraj Kumar Hardoya, co-founder and a director of JPNR Corporate Consultant and partner in KSG and Company, Kolkata. He is a qualified as company secretary. He is relating to direct tax and indirects along with advisory. At present, he is also co-opted member of ICAI GST and Indirect Tax Committee in the term 2021-22. On the side of philanthropy, he is serving as honorary secretary of Friends of Tribal Society, Kolkata chapter, which is working in the field of education to more than 1 lakh underprivileged village of India under ICAI Abhiyan, One Teacher, One School.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Now we request a bouquet for Shashi ji. CA Shashi Bhushan Goyal ji. Sir, he has come all from Assam.
Thank Founder Secretary of Tinsukia branch of EIRC of ICAI. Served Tinsukia branch of EIRC of ICAI as a chairman in the year 15-16. Under his chairmanship, Tinsukia branch was awarded the best branch and under the best student branch under the micro branch category. He was a member of Taxation Committee of National Chamber of Commerce, Tinsukia. Served Income Tax Bar Association as Secretary, Vice President, Treasurer, Convener of the Academic Forum. He is spiritually inclined, can recite Sri Manda Bhagavad Gita by heart, socially active, executive member of Friends of Tribal Society of India, advisory by Gyan Cup Free Residential School for Orphans.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Now we request a bouquet for our CA Neeraj Agarwal ji from Kolkata. A big applause.
CA Neeraj Agarwal is an insolvency professional, chartered accountant, company secretary and MBA from SP Jain Institute of Management and Research, Mumbai. He has more than 19 years of rich experience working in world's top organizations like HSBC, GE and ENY. Neeraj sir was represented with Indian Honors Award twice by GE USA, headed one of the commercial banking team in HSBC as Assistant Vice President and also authorized co-author modules on Indian financial marketing for Association of Merchant Bankers of India. He is actively associated with the professional bodies like Association of Corporate Advisory and Executives, VIP Road Chartered Accountants Associations as executive committee members. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Now we request a bouquet for C.A. Raj Singhania.
Singhania is a science graduate from Scottish Church College, Kolkata. He is a founder partner of Singhania Raj and Associates. Presently, he is practicing mainly as an insolvency professional and completed almost 5 years in the field with many successful resolutions as a father in feathers in his cap. He is also a certified investor planner, has more than 20 years of rich experience in corporate financials, consultancy, financial planning, analysis and auditing, tax companies, Saraf Group, etc. He is a past president of VIP Road Chartered Accountant Association, having more than 600 CA as its members. He is leading a team of experts professional for execution of works under the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code and audit and taxation works, beside mentoring and coaching to CA students. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Now we have a keynote address by our C.A. Debashish Mitra ji. He is the Honorable Vice President of ICAI. Please play the video.
My dear students, welcome to this national level talent search competition that we are having on the 16th of January at COE Hyderabad. The Institute of Chartered Accountants of India has been set up under an Act of Parliament on the 1st of July 1949. We have been set up even before India became a republic, as it's the second largest accounting body in the world. Today, we have a membership strength of approximately 3.3 lakhs. We have a student strength of approximately 7.5 lakhs. About 42.30% of the students are ladies. I welcome all of you to this talent search competition. I am aware that we have had this competition at the branch level, at the regional level, and now we are having this competition at the national level. I am also aware that there are 35 contestants. 15 of you are for the PPT presentation and 20 of you are for the debates. I have no doubt that the best amongst you will win. I wish all of you the very best. Jai Hind.
C.A. Debashish Mitra ji is a doctorate also. He is a vice president and a leader to the core. With his unequivocal commitment has been at several key points at various organizations, not only at the national level but also internationally. Big applause for him. Now we have a video recording of our Vice President, after Vice President, Sir, C.A. Nihar Niranjan Jambusaria. He is the Honorable President of ICAI. He is an altruistic, hard-working personality bestowed with exceptional organizational networking, administrative and leadership skills. Jambusaria sir has made noteworthy contribution in the areas he is serving, being in the profession, with focus not only on the technological innovation, publicly advocacy, financial literacy and niche enabled. He intends to translate his passion for the inclusive growth of the profession through the transformational agenda that the current paradigm merits. A big applause for him. Kindly play the video for all of us.
Good morning, everybody. The chairman of Board of Studies Operations, which we call Student Skill Enrichment Board, C.A. Sushil Goyal ji, the vice chairman, C.A. Pramod Bud, my dear CA friends, CA students who are attending and who are participating in this event. Let me at the outset compliment the Board of Studies Operations for coming out with talent hunt and organizing the best presenter and debate competition. I understand that the students have to first compete at branch level. Those who qualify there compete at regional level, and those who qualify at regional level are given the opportunity to compete at national level. End of this competition. Friends, time has come when study alone and technical knowledge alone is not adequate to be an accountancy professional. People and society expect that a chartered accountant is the best presenter. Whatever we have learnt, we are required to present, and we are required to find out solutions for a kind of habit in you to compete with each other, make the presentations best, and be the best communicator. I am sure that all students who are participating will enjoy this competition. Doesn't matter whether you win, you get award, you do not get award. Participating itself is so important. My best wishes to all those who are Thank you.
Thanks to the sir for such a motivational speech. Now I will introduce all of you with our participants who have come at the national level. Now first I am going to announce who are the debate competition participants. From Central Region we have Pushti Sahni. She has come from Ghaziabad. Second is Tanmay Sharma from Ranchi. Now the Western Region, Mr. Raghav Boof from Mumbai. Now Agam is also here from Mumbai. Southern Region, Mukilan from Sivakasi. And Chandra from Vizag. From Eastern Region we have Swagat from Bhubaneswar. Dipali Das from Kolkata. Ravi Bajaria from Guwahati. We are also here Sejal from Delhi. Chahat, yes, Northern Region, and Mr. Ashish Goyal. We welcome all the participants for the debate. Mr. Shubham from Indore. Mr. Aman Srivastava from Jodhpur. From Western Region we have Pratyush from Pune. Santosh from Nanded. Ms. Khushi from Surat. From SIRC we have Srivastava from Bangalore. Athira from Bangalore. From Eastern Region we have Swaraj Babu from Bhubaneswar. Bikash Kumar Singh from Bhubaneswar again. And Unnati from Ritik Chopra for Jalandhar. And last, Vibhuti Sharma from Chandigarh. We welcome all our participants. You all know, today if you are a leader, tomorrow you will be a leader. Welcome to the leadership. In this hall only, and the PowerPoint PPT competition will be held in conference number 2. So, all participants to walk up and go to the room, join.
Judges for the PPT are CA Kota S. Srinivas sir, CA Shashi Bhushan Goyal ji, and CA Neeraj Agrawal ji, CA Raj Singhania ji. These are the judges for the debate competition. Chitle sir also is with the debate competition, sir.
तो पीपीटी में किसको को भेजा कोठा निवास को
रोशनी लिख के दे था वही बोला था
अब क्या करना है अब वापस
All participants are requested to be seated in the conference hall and rest all the participants. मैं बताती हूँ
मैं लेकर तो
All of you please be seated. We are starting the program. First team, Pushti Sani and Khushbu Sharma. Team A, Pushti Sani and Khushbu Sharma. Pushti Sani will speak, that is a free speech right and limit. Team A, that is Pushti Sani and Khushbu Sharma. Now I am taking you who is got a debate competition. 12 minutes will be given to each team. In this 12 minutes is divided as we have given 3 minutes to the first participant. He or she can share his or her views. Then the 3 minutes to the other participant, that is to the 6 minutes. After that there will be a rebuttal round of 4 minutes. Both of you are allowed to come on dais or be on the podium. It's up to you, and then you can go for a rebuttal round. After the 4 minutes, all of you have to, both of you have to stop it down over here, and then judges will pose one question to each of the participants. And for answer this question, you will get only 1 minute. If you are not able to answer it, you will not given a second chance. Is that clear? Any doubt with that? So I will announce the team. Team A is the free speech rights and limit, Pushti Sani and Khushbu Sharma. Team B is Chahat and Bhargav Prasad, that is Indian versus Western parenting style. Team C is Mr. Radha Gupta and Rohan Srivastava. It is on people should be mandated required to take vaccination or not. Team D is Ravi Bajoria and Chandrasekhar. Topic is which one is more important, creativity or knowledge? Team E is Mr. Vishwas R. Kumar and Akshat Agarwal. Topic is format of GST fit for India. Team F is Vishal Agarwal and Sejal Gupta, Indian versus Western style, which parenting style is better? Team G is Tanmay Sharma and Shamina Shahjahan. Topic is free speech, rights and limits. Team H is Indian versus Western style, which parenting style is better? Ms. Dipali Alok Bardya and Ashish Goyal. Team I is Swagat Subudhi and Dipali, focusing on CA course solely or multiple course during with CA courses. For every team will be given 12 minutes. Yes, bell will ring the time.
Hello.
Hello.
And then fourth minute of the rebuttal round, a bell will ring. Clear? So 3 times the bell will ring. First part for a first participant, second bell for the second participant, and the third bell for the rebuttal round at after completion of 4 minutes. Is that clear? Any doubt in that for the bell session? And then a question will be posed, and after the 1 minute, if she answer it or any participant answer within the 1 minute, it's okay. A question will be posed to the other participant. If she will not be able to, we pose the bell. That is again a fourth bell. Fourth bell will be after 1 hour. After posing the question. Posing a question will not be counted in that. After posing the question, she will be given the 1 minute of time. A bell will ring. Then. Any doubt with that? Any doubt with it?
Can you pose a bell at 2 minutes 30 seconds? It will be easier for us to conclude that way.
At the end, na?
To conclude 2 minutes 30 seconds, a warning bell.
With a warning bell.
Okay, warning bell.
Half minute before.
Half minute is sufficient.
Warning bell should be a single buzzer and final bell should be a double buzzer. That will be better.
Yes. Thank you, sir.
But for a rebuttal round, there will be no warning time.
Yes, sir.
For rebuttal, there will be no warning.
Yes,
But
sir.
for rebuttal, there will be no warning time.
पानी डालो
Now, can we start?
फ्रेश बॉटल दो वाटर का फ्रेश बॉटल
Shall we start? The topic is free speech, rights and limits. Pushti will be speaking against the free speech and Khushbu in favor of free speech. Right? Start.
Stage, I was adamant to start my presentation stating facts from the year 1975, when for 21 whole months, freedom of speech and democracy itself was suspended in independent India when the reign of a strong political leader was threatened to its core. But I decided I won't. I won't because I'm terrified that we live in a country where people have been prosecuted, jailed, murdered and lynched for doing far less. Good morning, respected judges and all the distinguished guests present here today. I'm Khushbu Sharma, an ardent believer of freedom of speech, here to support the motion. Freedom of speech, as the dictionary defines, is a principle that supports freedom of an individual or community to present their ideas and opinions without fear of retaliation, censorship or legal sanction. It is declared as a human right by United Nations and is naturally the essence of democracy. It is supported by majority of the countries, well, at least on paper. If we talk about India specifically, Article 19 of the Constitution clearly declares freedom of speech and right to expression as a fundamental right. And yet here we are in the 21st century where general public, including students of esteemed universities and farmers, are assaulted for raising their voices against social menaces and acts of the government. When comedians go to jail for cracking a joke in a show that they didn't even perform that particular evening. Is this India can only be termed as partly free or partly democratic for the year 2021. Humans are a social being. The world cannot flourish without exchange of ideas, and such exchange will lead to dissent. But there is a better way of dealing with differences in opinions rather than oppression or violence of any sort. Baseless FIRs are being fired against people who have the courage to present their thoughts forward. right to express is absolute if it falls under the purview of relevant laws and it does not endanger the sovereignty of the nation. To conclude, I'd like to point out that journalists, the comedians are often oppressed by people in power, but as a society, we need to remember the fact that sounds towards all the history. Repression works only to strengthen and knit the repressed. Thank you very much.
I can use the stage, right?
Yeah.
18th October 2020. Audible? 18th October 2020. The former cabinet minister of one of the largest
Passing a sexist comment, but also exposing the feudal mentality, that prevails in our country. Good morning to one and all present here. My name is Pushti Sani, and I would be speaking against the notion on the topic free speech, rights and limits. Let's go back to 19th century when John Stuart Mill, the founding father of the free speech theory, coined the free speech theory, thought and expression. But even the founding father of the speech theory, he coined a harm principle alongside it, stating that when there is a freedom of speech, it must not cost the freedom of speech of another person. Opinions and expressions and convictions freely. But at the same time, it explicitly states in clause 2 of the same article that yes, this right is not absolute in nature, and rather it has reasonable restrictions with regard to the same. Now, what is the meaning of reasonable restrictions over here? The trick is that the word reasonable, the word hate speech, the word morality has never been defined in the Constitution. This is the reason why people misuse the freedom of speech, because of the loophole in the law. This is the reason why people pass misogynistic and misandristic comments which harm both men and women by eliciting depression. This is the reason why today anyone with a social media account can vilify, stalk and even bully under the name of freedom of speech. Let's move on to freedom of press. We all know today that media is a battleground for the record case or with the spread of fake news in COVID-19, or even when confidential details were leaked on national television with respect to the Pathankot case back in 2016. We know today that journalists have been misusing and abusing the right to freedom of speech. Arguments with regard to this debate are contradicted, refuted, debated over and over again, but once and for all, let me set the record straight for all of you. The problem is that we as youth and humans fail to recognize the fact that this right is not a blank check to understand that we can say whenever we want, whatever we want and however we want. To conclude, I would just like to quote, so if it was misused, today sadly had he been genuinely alive, he would have definitely burned the Constitution up into flames by now. Thank you so much. I hereby rest my case.
Vidhi ma'am, just we want to know how much time Khushbu and Pushti both have taken. Okay. Full minute. 3.01. Okay.
Now the reverter round.
Yeah.
That is our fourth.
Can we start with the rebuttal?
Fourth. After 4 minutes. Now the reverter starts now.
Can I pose a question to you, Khushbu?
Sure, Pushti.
So, my first question is, you told me that, you said in your speech and your deliberation that many comedians have gone to jail when they don't even mean certain things. That is the freedom of speech.
I'm sorry?
That is the freedom of speech today, that people who say things they don't even mean, they actually go to jail for the same, right? Am I resonating with you?
Yeah, sure.
Yo. Okay, then the point, my point over here is, let's go to the number of people and the cases that were with the help of freedom of speech. Apparently, Me Too movement was also there, right? With the help of Me Too movement, 13% of the cases that were told were absurd and false and fake, due to which a lot of people went to jail. What is your take on that?
Well, Pushti, thanks for posing that question. I certainly believe that if we deny someone a platform to talk about their queries or talk about their issues, and because we say that false cases would come up, then it does not mean that we can deny an entire platform to the entire population.
So you mean just because ratio of people is being given justice, that means we can disempower the marginalized section of the
A
world.
ratio has been given injustice because majority
13%
of
is
the
a very
people,
high number, Khushbu. 13% of the false
out of
cases.
100%, do you think that 13% is a very large number when the
So you
remaining?
believe just because of the balance number, the people have gone jail.
So are you
13%
suggesting that we deny all the other people who actually came forward and talk about this serious issue, the platform to talk about?
Do you then do you agree then there is also misuse of the right?
Well,
If you're talking about that there are 13%, then you must agree that there is also misuse of the fundamental right that you've been talking about. If there is no misuse, then how is there hostility? How are there people spewing hatred all over sex, gender, caste, religion, creed, everywhere? We see it literally everywhere.
Well, Pushti, when we talk about free speech, the Constitution itself declares right to peacefully protest and the freedom of press inside its agenda. Please let me complete. Inside its agenda. Also, there are laws to protect the misuse of such laws. For example, Section 66A of the Information Technology Act, and there are other acts in the Indian Penal Code. But that does not mean that we
So were all
restrict
these
free speech
sections-
entirely.
Well, all these sections, first of all, the sections that you're quoting, people will be penalized when they will be held guilty. They will be held guilty when law is okay. Law is not okay, considering the fact that I just stated that the words like reasonable restriction, reasonable is a completely blank. We don't even know what reasonable is. What is reasonable and what is not, then only they can be penalized and then could be held in contempt of court.
The case.
The case was a really recent case
Yes.
where Siddharth actually posed vulgar comments on Twitter to the Padma
Who is
Bhushan
to
awardee.
decide? Who is to decide what is offensive and what is not? There cannot be
The words that were used, I cannot speak in general public right now. That defines the fact that they were offensive.
Well, if
They were
someone
that was literally a word play on, I cannot even express the words, it is so bad.
So are you suggesting that we deny a platform to speak for everyone because some cases that come up?
That is not my question.
Who is to decide what is offensive and what is not?
Respectfully,
It cannot be decided objectively.
I
It depends.
respectfully tell you, Khushbu, that is not my question. I am telling you what is your take on that. How can a person who is so literate, comes from a good background, speak something about the Padma Bhushan awardee? Literally, not.
Should have happened to that person.
I suggest a proper penalization for that person.
And do you think there are not
case.
laws that judge such a case?
Do you think
Because
that
I believe
justice-
there is.
The point is that justice is not given right now and justice delayed is justice denied.
Only general.
I think the time is.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So rebuttal time is over. Now, my question will be for Khushbu.
Sure, sir.
You are for the
Favor of free
Topic.
speech. Yes.
free speech, right?
Yes.
My question is, explain the principles that should be followed while enjoying free speech.
Can you please repeat, sir?
Explain.
That free speech cannot be absolute if we want to live in a sane democratic country. There are, of course, qualifiers. For example, the free speech should not hurt the sovereignty of the nation. It should not destroy peaceful relationship between two nations. It should not go against the law and order, and it should not cause riots. These are some of the principles that I believe should be followed. Although right to express sometimes lead to a right to offend someone, and such offense should be handled in a better way. The person who expresses himself should not be subjected to oppression of any kind or violence of any kind, as we come from the nation of...
Freedom of speech should not be taken as an opportunity to make a hate speech.
Yes, absolutely.
Derogating someone's personality or someone's character.
Yes,
What is your take on it?
When we talk about free speech, it clearly identifies that we have the right to put forward our ideas and thoughts, but when we talk about the laws that are put in place, there's a section of the Indian Penal Code that clearly justifies that if you are involved in hate speech or you're speaking against any religion that suppresses the belief of another person, that does not account to free speech, and that should be penalized.
हेलो खुशबू का तो हो गया हाँ पुष्टि
Good morning, sir.
good morning so pushti tell me how you'll take example of tribal villages in Chhattisgarh and all so if there will not be any free speech so do you think that still after independence of approx 75 year they will be able to justify their position?
Sir, The point over here is that I am not against something. My point, basically, my conviction is that freedom of speech is more misused than it is used. Even the fathers of the freedom of speech knew this thing, that it could be misused, and it is a powerful weapon. It could be used as a tool to even underpower the less privileged and underprivileged people. My take is that, yes, women have reached out a lot, but so have the people who have falsely acclaimed to be, to be against someone. The point is that when females, or when anyone for that matter, should be stringent enough to be using the words like reasonable, need to be defined. It needs to be defined. It is not just a word reasonable. There are a lot of restrictions, but they need to be followed, and they can be implemented only when there is a stringent and a particular law vividly stating what is what and what is offensive and what is not. Thank you, sir.
One thing is there, but with or
Yes,
hate
sir.
speech, something like that.
Yes, sir.
Shouldn't it be in a positive manner as a criticism, and to overcome this by rebuting that when a speech is being made through social media or something like that, the same can be countered by way of a rebuttal by the person against whom it is there. And if it is a two-way communication, that can be very easily dropped, and it should not be taken as a personal character assassination. What's your take?
It just disgusts the people holding vigils. It disgusts everyone, and it is just something that we cannot even revert back. People genuinely do revert back, but it is just not respectful enough to speak something which is to be countered like that. Any character and assassination whatsoever to any gender, transgender males or females, is not valid in any manner whatsoever. And whoever person, it's actually bizarre, sir. We believe the fact that law will be followed by people. About 287 million adults in India are illiterate. They don't even know the law, and they speak anything and everything. There are case studies with respect to the fact that people are eve teased right in the front. Thank you so much,
You have
sir.
done really well. You have done you have done really well. Thank you.
Thank you, Pushti. Thank you, Khushbu, for such a wonderful debate and a rebuttal that you have been shown in front of the audience. Now I call up on the stage that's team number B, that is Chahat and Bhargav S. Rai Prasad. The topic is Indian versus Western. Which parenting style is better? So Chahat will be speaking against the Indian parenting style, and
Warm good morning, my dear fellow participants and respected judges. My name is Bhargav Sai Prasad. To advocate here, yes, the Indian style of parenting is far better than any else of the things. Indian style of parenting. Let's understand what is Indian parenting it is. It's not about the current Western influenced parenting, the value system. As we, at the early ages, we are taught about Matru Devo Bhava, Pitru Devo Bhava and Acharya Devo Bhava. These three lines quotes how big our value system was. We worship father, mother and the teachers as good as God. The character is built well within the infants of the Indian kids. This is why Indian parenting is very good. And why it is not compared to Western parenting is, in Western parenting they just leave the kids when they are at teens. Always in the name of freedom and liberty, they leave. In parenting there is also a stress on their education. Yes, there should be a stress. But this kind of stress is not because of Indian parenting which has brought in, because this education system was also brought by Western people, namely Machiavelli. Otherwise, Indians were always stressed on the rote learning. Indian parenting can be taken for the best of its value system. Again, when we speak, to give one more example, if you take any boy of the Indian parenting, he sees every woman as equal to his mother except for his wife. Is it even today if somebody asks? It may not be for several reasons. For the westernized and look at the face of Mother Sita, as he could only identify her anklets when he was in search. This value system is core deep rooted into the parenting of completely going away. This is why Indian parenting is most important. With this, I rest my case.
Now, if you want, you can continue for another 30 seconds.
That's okay, sir.
Yes, you can start. So,
The greatest gift you can give your children are the roots of responsibilities and wings of independence. A very good morning to everyone present. This is Chad Kapoor standing in front of you to speak against the notion that Indian parenting is better than Western parenting. Western parents believe in making their children independent from the very start. Even the most minor decisions are made by children themselves to promote decision making. No pressure policy is followed by many Western parents, especially to follow their dreams and passions. Children who are overprotected in India become weaklings, and it's very difficult for them to handle the challenges in the real world. On contrary, Western kids, they're not blind followers. They are the masters and the creators of their own fate. When things go wrong, Western parents are considerate more about kids' feeling. At times, being so strict is not what a kid needs. He needs your support. He needs your caringness. He needs a friend. As per the report compiled by NCRB, every hour one student commits suicide in India, with about 28 such cases reported every day. Students are not able to live up to the expectations of their parents. Rather, the kids who are raised by permissive parents, they tend to live a much happier life and have less psychological issues. Indian mom, you are a girl, and this is not how girls speak. Maintain decency. Western mom, did they say it wrong? Shout it louder, my daughter. Spot the difference. Indian parents usually display subtle sexism, where boys are seen either burdened with responsibilities and girls either chained up with traditions or mollycoddled. In India, you are taught all the values, but they miss out very important thing, that is financial independence. They continue to support their adult kid financially. Meeting the needs of infant is one thing, but meeting every need your child ever expresses is a whole new ball game. No doubt, Indian parents are quite traditional, but that doesn't mean that Western parents don't have values. They have different ethics, but that doesn't mean they are uncultured. Benefited from your experience, but let us experience. There are certain things in life we want to figure out on our own, even at the cost of making mistakes, but don't handicap your children. Let us grow through life, not just go through life. Thank you.
start the rebuttal round.
As my worthy opponent was telling that Western parenting is independent, they respect their children and give liberty to do this. In the name of liberty, Western kids are going on dating, which also leads to illicit sex, where they are also going for unwanted pregnancy. At the outset, they don't know their parents, who were their parents, and lot of people are there who don't even know who is their mother and father. Business between mother-father, that is the husband and wife, but still because of their core value system, they respect. It is not that they are restricting the women. Let us go back 300 to 400 years when we were independent. Before the Mughals, Indian parenting, even the child of a girl was given a value. In our Indian culture, we completely give the divinity to the lady or the women. That is, the Saraswati herself is a woman. the god of knowledge is given to a female. That is what the value system that we have. My question here is, when I was reviewing about one report of World Population Review, it is told that almost 27.3% of rape rate is there in the West, where it compared to 1.2% in India. Can this be, what is your take on this?
So you are talking about the values and traditions, they always give dignity to women, but what about the thing about the child in India? If she continue, there is always a guilt, and even the society criticizes her so much that she is not able to focus on her career. Do you think that is worth living? That is worth respect? Dignity, to give a dignity to women is right. But what about the thing that she is not able to live her own life?
I have the answer by my own side here. You are here perceiving your dreams. You are here putting out your words. If not this, what else can be given? Yes, it is only the subject matter. How do you convey it? It is not that always restricted. It is how we are. Yes, Indian parents are possessive of girl childs because of the kids, the male kids that are being influenced by the Western cultures. Female, even great female poets are there.
Indian parents are traditional, they have roots, but that doesn't mean that Western parents are uncultured. They also have their ethics. What is different is not necessarily wrong. Time changes, and with that so does the mindset. Moreover, you are saying that I am here. Let me tell you honestly that I wanted to become artist very bad. But due to because I was academically good, my parents forced me either to become a doctor or engineer, or getting independence to do what I am doing.
In that way, I could tell, I am very sorry to tell that you might be wrong in conveying what you wanted to. There is every way that you can do.
I was not wrong in conveying, you was wrong in understanding my point. You didn't understand my point. Be it career, be it life partner, be it studies. We don't get independence.
Independence is there. It is only how you convey it. It should be on a major part how you convey the idea.
Okay, do you know that
Well, we have heard both of you. What we see that both of you argued in the manner in which a kid or the child is expecting that from a parent, both in Western culture and in Indian culture. The topic was what should be the way of parenting. So now my question, Indian culture while parenting.
So yes, Western parents, they had a very good balance. They take care of their kid in such a manner they don't hamper their individual growth. They allow them to take their decisions on their own. They also instill very good cultures and values also.
That you already spoken about while presenting your case. I am saying how they are influenced with Indian parenting system.
How they are influenced with Indian parenting system.
Yes.
So they are influenced in such a way that they are also trying to be little more traditional. Like they are also controlling to their kid to some extent, so that the kid don't get like.
Okay. No way. Now my question is to Bhargav.
Yes.
You are saying that Indian parenting to some extent is basically driven down with values. But don't you think that a very important aspect, considering we are on now 21st century and this is now just we talk about freedom of speech and everything, there should be some freedom be given to the child while parenting so that they can choose their life partner, as he said, or their kids, to give them support and not restrict their mindset. What's your view?
Actually, there is a misconception about the Indian parenting itself. That is where all my case was laying at. Let's go back to our history and check. Independence in regards to marriage, Sita was not just through Ram. There were hundreds of people she could take. Whenever we get this Swayamvar, which has been taught, that means female was always independent to select his husband.
No, then only she has to compulsorily marry that person. So that was not an independence given to her. You cannot say that.
No. Even in that, best of the things only should be in front of the girl. That is what the father's concern is. When we have grown our child for 20 to 25 years, we cannot just let her in with her, so-called independence into a wrong guy. We also know that when we are into the relationship mind, everything will be, opaque for us. Our eyes become closed. Only the father will be concerned with their safety. That is where a little possessiveness is there, and it is required.
Okay, thank you. Thank you both of you.
Thank you.
Yeah, Chahat,
Yes.
you have given one data that you referred that something you have told. Okay. So have you compared any data from Western culture as well, that how many children are leaving their parents just after getting the age of 10 or 11, or I think it's hardly matters for them that when they will become 18 then they will leave their parents. So do you have any study on that part as well?
So yes, I agree to the point that they leave their parents, but sir, do you know that in India, the kids nowadays, there is a trend of sending your old parents to old age homes. What Indian kids do, what parents do is, first they make their children dependent on them for the whole life, then when they come at old age, they themselves depend on their children, due to which neither the parents are able to live independently, both learn to live alone and independently. So it doesn't matter that, no doubt they leave their parents earlier, but in India also they consider their old parents much more as burden rather than a good relationship to be kept.
Okay, so you have changed the question and answer both, but nevertheless, okay. So, Bhargav,
Yes.
You talked about Indian parenting style for the motion. The question is, what about when even today's, if you see national media and all, the discussion is going on marriage age should be from 18 to 21. Even most of the parents, even in India, they are opposing to it. So how you consider this?
To give my stand on that, yes, when time changes, we should also change. Because these days it requires time for us to grow up. But when we particularly consider the orthodox type of Indian parenting, the growth used to have the debates in the open halls, and they used to win the big orators. That means look at the system of education, or look at the value that they used to inject into the kids. So these days we are getting little bit, I don't know if it is lazy or in the name of independence, they are extending the age. Yes, I am okay with it, but even parents should understand why it is being done.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank
You
you
both of you.
for such a wonderful knowledge sharing about the parenting style of Western as well as Indian. Now I call up my third team, that is Mr. Raghav Bhuv and Aman Srivastav. And the topic is people should be mandatory required to get vaccination or not. So Raghav Bhuv will be speaking against, and Aman Srivastav will in favor of getting the mandatory vaccination.
Madam, just a 30-second break. We are scoring and just.
Okay, sir, okay.
नहीं हाँ वो कंफ्यूज है, वो लग यार हम तो तुमको टॉपिक पे तो बोला नहीं।
No, it's okay. नो इशू। इसमें तो कुछ नहीं, खाली ये तो नाम मेरे को So start. Who is going to start? For. You are for, na?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Aman.
Shall I start? Who's speaking first?
For the motion. Aman.
Aman is starting, so let's start.
Throughout our lives, we are exposed to multiple viruses, bacteria and other microbes. While some protect us, other, ladies and gentlemen, cause disease that could result in severe illness, disability or even death. But you know what? Our body's immune system protects our body against these diseases. Gentlemen, that is where vaccination plays a hugely important role. As in, they help our immune system to create antibodies that protect our bodies from such disease. A very fantabulous afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me an immense pleasure to welcome you all. My sincerest gratitude extends to all our jury members, members of the branch, committee, and all my dear professional colleagues. Today, I, Aman Srivastav, strongly stand here to advocate that people should be mandatorily required to get vaccination. If I underpin the benefits of vaccination, ladies and gentlemen, it not only protects the individuals, but protect the entire community as a whole. With enough people getting immunized against a given disease, it is impossible for that disease to gain a foothold in that community. And this, ladies and gentlemen, offers some protection to those who are unable to get vaccination, called as herd immunity. But when the community vaccination rates drop below the threshold limit of herd immunity, the widespread disease outbreak occurred. And this is precisely what happened in England when MMR, that is measles, mumps and rubella vaccination rates dropped. The number of cases again begin to rise. Ladies and gentlemen, vaccination also protects us against some other disease. For instance, the measles vaccination protects us against dysentery, is greater on the disadvantaged section of the society, and vaccination has a clear benefit to them. For those living in impoverished conditions, the high mortality rate is due to these infectious diseases which can be curbed by effective vaccination. Improves the quality of life and lead to an economic development. With this, I rest my case. Can I begin? Hello everyone. Most of us here have 4Gs in our phone, right? And we are eagerly waiting for 5G. But wait, now India. First dose to second dose to now booster dose. 28 days gap, 45 days gap, 84 days gap. COVID to Delta, to Omicron, to Deltacron, and we never know the Alpha, Beta and Gamma variants that are yet to come. Discussions on validity of second dose yet to start. So you see, so much so happening at a lightning speed of 5G. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Raghav Boob, and the topic of the house is people should be mandatorily required to get vaccination, and I'm going to present my views against the motion. Well, let me begin by asking a very simple question to the learned and knowledgeable youth present here. What is COVID-19? What is coronavirus? Is it a virus? Is it a disease? Is it a flu? Is it an infection? Or is it just a new word? Scientists and doctors are trying their level best, but as of today, none of us have a clear picture on whether what the problem was, what the problem presently is, and what the future of it is likely to be. So you see, when we don't completely know the problem, how can we make its probable solution mandatory? So my opposition says it is for the larger public interest. So consider this. Neighboring countries, similar size, similarly populated, Qatar and Bahrain, Both have 50% of their population vaccinated. Yet they have had divergent outcomes. While in Qatar, infection rates decreased, infection rates increased to an unprecedented, alarming levels of, my dear friends, 60% in Bahrain. So you see, it's a totally subjective matter also. Also, there is a reason why WHO hasn't made these vaccinations compulsory. And most of the COVID vaccinations are only for emergency use, not regular use. But let me make my dear opposition happy for a second. Let us for a second assume vaccinations are mandatory. Now what mandate brings with its arms is force. What force brings to the table is fear. What fear brings to the mind is insecurity. And what insecurities bring to the society is resistance, negativity, suppression, oppression, depression. And I don't think we want that. And if we don't want that, I think the answer is clear. People should not be...
Question is, are you vaccinated or not?
So that was my rebuttal question. Were you vaccinated or not? The 2 doses have you taken? Why have you taken the 2 doses, my dear? Thank you for the question, my dear friend. And this is going to be interesting now. Very interesting. Thank you for the question, my dear friend. And this is going to be interesting now. Yes, I have taken both the doses of vaccination. Yes, I have willingly taken both the doses of vaccination.
Why did you took the both doses of vaccination when you were saying that it is not mandatory and you are not at risk?
Thank you for the question. That is what, it's coming, interesting part is coming. Let's skip to the good part. So the good part is, I am vaccinated,
Yes.
and I am vaccinated of my will because I was convinced of the fact that vaccinations are good for me.
Okay.
Now one of my friend contracted COVID and recovered. His entire family contracted COVID and recovered with natural immunity. Now
Do you
they don't
still
want to
believe-
inject that
Was there any natural remedy that you taken to cure that polio vaccination or the polio disease?
Thank you for the question, my dear sir, my dear friend. Polio, meningitis, septicemia, we all have vaccinations for the same, right?
Yes.
Because for years of research, these have been signated, authorized, proved by WHO and asked to the public to use it for free use.
So this is also free
WHO
use?
has a committee of people telling and emphasizing on the fact that get polio vaccines done. While the same is not for
the government who are accompanying them, their life is also at risk. My question, do you wear seatbelt or do you follow these traffic rules or the speed limit rules? Why?
For my safety.
For your safety or also for the other people's safety who are traveling with you?
Correct.
Correct. So what is the difference between the vaccination mandatory or not?
Sure. Thank you for that question. Guys, we know cigarette smoking is injurious to health. It causes cancer. 10 times as many people die of cigarette smoking every year than the number of deaths we have seen from COVID. Now you see something which is bound to lead in death, maybe in some months, some years, we just get away from it.
Not a virus. We're talking about here people should be mandatory vaccinated or not upon a particular disease or a virus.
Thank you for that question, sir. 192 passengers sit in the flight from Rome. When they land in Amritsar, just 7 hours later, all those 192 passengers are double vaccinated, some with booster dose also, all COVID negative. When they land in Amritsar, just 7 hours later, 127 of them test positive. So, is that vaccination false? Is that testing a fluke? Or is it just that under the name of vaccination, these pharmaceutical companies, international pharmaceutical companies are taking us all for a ride? Also, my dear friend, taking vaccination, I think with what you are saying is, it is just like going to a restaurant where there's a big shout out board saying that food is important, but we are not responsible for anything that happens to you from consuming our food.
You took both the dose of vaccination. Till now, do you find any changes in your body or anything negative? No, but your immunity power got improved or not?
Brother, I don't want to take this environment in a negative way because there are people who just got heart attack after taking vaccination within 5 minutes.
That is because of the other disease. They're suffering from chronic illness as well. And it's clearly mentioned that vaccinations are not to be mandatory for those who are suffering with the chronic illness.
Okay, sir. My question and my problem is with making it mandatory. Now I'll tell you why. You know, even in doctory terms, in the terms of medicals, there is a term called informed consent.
So people who are, and when we are taking permission, we value will and consent so much. I don't think we should make it mandatory. We should not force the people for the same. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, you both have presented your case. Now my first question will be to Aman.
Good morning, sir.
Don't you think that in the name of mandatory vaccination, actually these multinational pharmaceutical companies are just minting money out of nothing? And out of the fear of the people, which they have inculcated in the mind of the general public, they are now using a scope or mechanism through which they are minting money by way of compulsion.
In my perspective, pharmaceutical companies making money is what I believe is their secondary task. Their primary task is to collaborate with the government and to make people immunized. That is and that must be their primary task. The pharmaceutical companies that are present currently in India and making these vaccinations have been approved and have been clinically tested. And because this virus is widespread and because there's no still justification for its root cause, so we are making it mandatory so that people get rid of the infections or get cured by that infection to some extent. So vaccination, government has to give, these contracts to some or the other pharmaceutical companies because they have the expertise in the field.
No, if that be the case, why it is not given as an optional choice? Why it is being made mandatory?
Mandatory because people still hesitate to take vaccinations because of the fear, as you mentioned.
So what's the harm?
The harm is that when people will not take the vaccination, they will not only get themselves infected, but whosoever is surrounding. As I mentioned in my case, herd immunity is very important. While we are driving also, we take care not for ourselves, but for our travelers accommodating or accompanying us on the roads. So when we are vaccinated, we are sure that we are safe, not only we, but
no,
all
for that the government is saying that you can wear mask, you should abide by social distancing, you can avoid public gatherings. By that means also, if you choose to do that, why you need a vaccination at all?
So in my perspective, these all are the personal opinions of people. Even if the stricter laws are there for social distancing and all those masks and sanitization, still people are not following the protocols of the government. And that is why it has been, to some extent, has to be mandated to the people to teach them that your life is at risk.
Raghav.
Yes, sir.
I must go with you because you have a very weak case to present, because in this present scenario of the country and throughout the world, 99% population will be thinking that, okay, mandatorily immunization by way of giving vaccination to all is definitely is the first choice and there is no option to it. Still you put your case against it. But really, do you think from core of your heart that in a country uneducated, having a mass population where the people are not mostly uneducated?
Thank you for the question, sir. Sir, in this country wherein politicians can politicize and market campaigns, making their votes reach in every part of this country, I think why can we not choose the path of education, information, persuasion, incentivization? Why do we have to force the public into something without hearing their concerns? In Spain also, sir, they have recently, it's the news of yesterday. In Spain, they have declared COVID-19 from a pandemic to an endemic. They have declared COVID-19 a flu. They have removed all restrictions on mandations from flights coming in and out because they have accepted the fact that we have to live with it.
No, that's the fact, but you will also appreciate the fact that you will be knowing that in the third wave, just because of this compulsory vaccination of the entire population, even most of them with first dose and half of the population with second dose, the fatality rate or the chronic cases owing to COVID has been significant.
To class second where we used to make difference table. We used to write multiple points and it would end in examples. So one of the point that is your perspective, you say, is because of vaccination we see this difference. I'll tell you 10 other points, sir. Because maybe people weren't aware before. People are aware now. People weren't taking their health and immunity carefully before. They're taking it now. Maybe people would not have developed the natural antibodies for the same before. They have developed that now. Maybe that is how you can take a bigger picture of the same. Of course, vaccination is the criteria you say, but if I say there are a lot of other criteria that have helped, I don't think making it mandatory. Tell the benefits to the people.
And they're all, I am sure we all care for our life, so we'll take that into consideration.
Thank you, both of you.
Required to get vaccination. Many countries still don't have vaccination facility for public at large. So sky is not falling over there. So how you take this?
Thank you so much, sir, for this. Who is poor, majority, if you see the pyramid, the 45% is middle class, and they're engaging in daily routines. In other countries, people are strictly following the protocols that has been implemented by their government, and they're strictly adhering to that. In our country, what is happening is people are taking it very lightly. After the first wave, second wave, okay, the coronavirus has gone or will not be infected by the virus again. So that is on the lighter note on their part. And so to make their life at safety, it has to be mandatory that people should be vaccinated because their life should not be at stake. That's what my perspective. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Raghav. Thank you, Aman. Now I call up Team D, that is Ravi Bajoria and Chandrasekhar. And the topic is, which one is more important, creativity or knowledge? So Ravi Bajoria will speak against the knowledge and Chandrasekhar in favor of knowledge. Chandrasekhar is speaking first. Now the time. Shall we start? Now,
Please take my.
Just a second. Ma'am, actually the topic is somewhat confusing.
Yes, sir. So you can consider the motion as
Creativity is more important than knowledge. The topic is somewhat confusing because now it is a question mark in the topic. Actually, in the topic it has to be crystal clear. One has to be for and one has to be against. So what I am giving the topic is basically creativity is more important than knowledge. Okay. Close it. Be considered as more important than knowledge. Are you both comfortable with the topic? So you are for creativity, you are for knowledge.
Knowledge. Yes, sir.
This is the thing now. This is the debate.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Am I audible?
आया ही नहीं है भुवनेश्वर का एक जन आया नहीं वही तो माइक
There are two things which differentiates humans from the other animals. One is the free hands and second one is the creative mature mind. Creative mature mind analysis, decision, judgment and so on. Creativity is the core product of the imagination and work in expression, and finally it's a fantastic and great fascination. And let us look at the wonderful creations, railways, and then battery, electricity, aeroplane, mobile phone, telephone, ads. And there are so many. Each and every invention has come out of the creation itself, right? And favor of the creativity only. Let me tell you why the creativity is more important than knowledge. Today's problem, we don't know from where the problem will keep on coming. If we are with sufficient and satisfied with the knowledge that is available with us, problems where we can't go just mere by the knowledge itself. Okay, just present here. Yeah, let's look at that. Just tell me how many F's are there. You have 5 seconds of time. Guys can tell me how many F's are there in? 8. Yeah, just look at that. Actually 9 F's are there. This is what overconfidence. Simple question. Every one of us knowledgeable, right? It's simple question I'll ask. Even second standard student also can answer. 4, 5 and 7. Which is clearly divisible by 2. Tell me, 5 seconds only. 5. 4, right? If your answer is 4, then definitely it's a wrong answer. Because 4, 5, 7, each and everything is divisible by 2. Answer is 2, 2.5 and 3.5 is the answer actually. Yeah, that's where we lack, and the Western culture strives us moving forward. Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. Let us pass on.
A good design is partially creativity and innovation, but primarily knowledge and awareness. With this great thought by Chuck Green, I, Ravi Bajoria, is creativity is more important than knowledge. And I would like to present my views against the motion. Let us first try to understand the two important words here. Knowledge is the information that we gather through the experiences of our predecessors and our own. Basically, information of all the things experienced or discovered is knowledge. Creativity is the ability to put together already available information in a manner to come up with new solutions to new problems. Both knowledge and creativity must work hand in hand for anything new to be created. Hence, both terms. Even to be creative, you must have some basic knowledge. Let me give a few examples. A cricketer like Virat Kohli applies a lot of creativity while setting up his players on the field so that they can save as many runs as possible. But all of the ball travels on a particular area of the field. The scientists working at NASA must be a few of the most creative people on earth, as they are able to develop satellites which can travel across the universe and help us by sending useful information. Even they had to gather knowledge first about rocket science, about physics. Creative thinking cannot happen unless someone already possesses some basic knowledge. A painter, you may say, uses only creativity to make an art. He didn't read any books, did he? But here as well, he must know the difference between watercolors. That's the power of knowledge. Without knowledge, action is useless. And the best application of creativity is possible only when someone possesses some basic knowledge before that. Thank you. That's been my time. Yeah, I'm done.
What are the sources of knowledge for you?
Books, the internet currently.
Everything, right?
Yeah.
You said books, internet.
And I mentioned in my speech that we learn from our experiences, from our ancestors' experiences, which are laid down in books or the internet.
Of course, of course. And the book, the pen was a creation, the paper was a creation, the ink was a creation, and the script was a creation. Then it came into existence.
I didn't get you.
Yeah. You said books is right. You said books is your source of knowledge, and internet is also source of.
And creativity are two different things. You don't equate creativity with creation. Firstly.
Okay.
And like in your speech as well, you have mentioned about logical thinking, judgment, which includes creativity. But how do you judge? How are the judges judging us if they do not have knowledge?
See, actually, you define creativity actually, but to be honest, you can't define creativity because creativity covers the entire the world. It encircles the world actually. You can't put it. See, the knowledge is within the box. The creativity lies out of the box. We used to say that out of the box thinking. Out of the box, yes, you can't.
How do you think out of the box? Creativity is basically connecting two things. I have knowledge about physics. I have knowledge about commerce or finance knowledge.
creativity, I can't deny the fact, even I stated that also. Knowledge is important, but how could you justify that the knowledge is more important? See, you have the tons and tons of the knowledge. With this room itself has covered up full of knowledge. What would you do with that knowledge itself without having creativity? Can you go forward with that knowledge?
Let's consider two persons, one who is all knowledge but no creativity.
No creativity,
and
okay.
one who is very creative but no knowledge.
But no knowledge, yeah.
But so how can you defend that person if he has nil knowledge to create anything new?
Let me say one thing.
He will have something in his mind, something he must have read somewhere, something he might have heard from someone, so that he can apply it.
One person is knowledge and one person is creative, right? If there is no knowledge, the creative person can have the, let me tell you one example.
How? That's not possible.
5 plus 5 is, what's the answer?
10.
Which two combinations will make 10?
5 plus 5 or other combinations as well.
There are so many alternatives. The creativity lies there only, that you will search for more alternatives.
But
you will
have
create
to have the knowledge
there.
that there exists a number called 2, there exists a number called 4.
Of course, it's like you will search for the more combination, you will create choices there.
Class 1, class 2 to
creating choices.
those numbers.
Creating choices is important, right? Which is more important? Creating choices and picking out of the best out of it.
But
that is the purpose of
creativity has no essence without knowledge. Hence, knowledge becomes greater.
See,
knowledge is all power.
That's what I'm telling. If you see, let me say one example. You want to go from here to Secunderabad or something like that. Of course, we should have the component, right? Whether buses are component. If you have the creativity, if you don't have the bus, that is knowledge only. Then you can create something alternative. Whether you can go by walk or by cycle, or you will yourself create something new, aeroplane or something else. If you have the creativity, you can find for the alternatives. And of course, again you are going back to that only. Of course, knowledge should be there. I am agreeing with that. But which is more important? I'm moving
knowledge.
Forward. Yeah.
Thank you.
Both have argued very well. Now my first question will be with Chandrasekhar.
Yes, sir.
You say that, okay, without knowledge, creativity is not possible. So in itself, you are contradictory your statement, because you know that in that sense, knowledge becomes important. Because unless and until you have knowledge, you can't create anything.
We can't deny the fact that knowledge is a component of the creativity, because both of it has to be going hand in hand only. But the topic is here, like, which is more important, right? Which is more?
No,
it is
so how until you gain the knowledge, you can't create. So what comes first?
Sir,
knowledge comes first, so that becomes more important. For creating anything, you have to gain knowledge first.
Sir, we can't say knowledge is first, sir, because I told you that also. Even knowledge is also someone's creation. Each and every component of knowledge is someone's creation. Which
no, but for that he must have some other knowledge. Definitely, one knowledge is creation of another, but while creating he must have some other knowledge. Definitely, without knowledge he cannot create anything.
This is like a mythical question only, like which comes first, egg or hen? It's more or like that only. We can't answer that, which comes first. We have to go to the inception of but simply, I'll give you one example. The fire is one of the creation, right?
Like I can say the creativity. Creativity was first. It was just making the fire.
Fire, sir. So we have observed
that is creativity, because that person, that fellow, that Adam was not having any idea about
not even script is also something like that. Yeah, script.
So that you can say in the old age era, but in today's world, creativity is not possible without
of the creativity. Even I agree for that. But how would you go further with that knowledge? That is more important, right? Moving forward is important than staying there.
Now I am taking cue from your answer, and my question to Ravi. Obviously, knowledge is required for creativity, but we are moving very fast, and knowledge is not stagnant. For growing, creativity is important, because unless and until a new thing is created out of previous knowledge, the knowledge becomes redundant. So, creativity, I think, can also be considered and should be considered as more important in today's scenario than knowledge. Knowledge can be gained by everyone, but people recognize them who can create new things, create new ideas. Knowledge is for mass, creativity is for selected few. So, how do you take this question?
Thank you for the question, sir. How can one be creative if he does not have any knowledge?
No, definitely I am saying knowledge is the best. I have given answer.
Okay, you have given knowledge to
But
everyone.
in to the present scenario, creativity becomes more important. Now the question is, which is more important? I say it is more important because knowledge is with everyone. Creativity is with few. So majority now needs to develop the activity of creating new things out of the knowledge.
Yes, sir. I got it, sir. So can I take 10 seconds?
Sure.
Yeah. Can get it anywhere, and the definition of knowledge is dynamic now. It's not that like we have discussed books or internet, but if I'm talking with you, I'm gaining knowledge. But creativity is also ample, I feel. I feel each and every one of us is creative. When I'm speaking, I can be creative. That's it, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
This topic was really very good, means I must say, because they both go hand in hand.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Without knowledge, creativity is not possible, and if there is no creativity, knowledge has got no significant value. So this is very good topic to be given, and both
Yes,
have.
sir. And I just want to clarify one thing, sir. I just want to reiterate. Actually, there are two types of creativity. Actually, there is something called a futuristic, where you will go with using the existing knowledge for creating something, and there is one more called visionary. He'll use the imagination. But we can't say that without knowledge, imagination is also possible. So at any point of time, I can't deny the fact that I can't ignore knowledge in that.
That's what I said. Now, these both the things go parallelly. Now, which is more important is one's own buttons. You can gain any knowledge, but everyone cannot create anything out of it. So creativity is out of box thinking.
Exactly. That's
Creativity is out of box thinking, and this basically why I am emphasizing is that. Because you are among the best of the students in the entire CA students fraternity. Now you have to take a cue from this particular debate topic that you can be ahead of others. Only you can have some creativity in having your knowledge or throwing it, or creativity becomes very important for the students as a whole.
Yes, sir.
To be successful, you have to be created. Knowledge everyone is getting, everyone has books. All the students are having books. Some are passing out, some are not. Why? Because some are thinking out of the box. Those who are thinking out of the box and penning it down with their own creativity are only successful. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ravi. Thank you, Chandra. Now I call up the next team, that is Agam Thakkar and Dipali Das, on the topic, which one is more important, creativity or knowledge?
Sir, I already said.
Pardon. Just a
Sir,
second.
I said that I'll go first.
Now, what is the topic?
Same, sir.
Oh.
Sir,
Now there have been lot of views.
I think ladies should go first, so
No,
that is why.
there have been lot of views even from my side also. So now I'll give opportunity to the person who is against it, who is against the motion.
So me, against creativity.
Against the motion that creativity is more important.
Me, sir.
Okay. This is just because what I am saying is, because I have also given certain views and opinions. Now I want to see certain opinions and in minutes. Okay? So you can start with.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Dipali Das, speaking against the topic. It is said knowledge is power. It makes a person sophisticated, capable, superior beings on this planet. It is the primary activity that distinguishes a human race from animal. In human race, acquiring knowledge has become the very primary activity. We have spent our initial childhood from acquiring knowledge, followed by specialization in a particular course or a subject. Apart from seeing knowledge from a very traditional perspective of schools and colleges, let us broaden our horizon on the definition of knowledge. Knowledge can be spiritual as well as religious. In ancient times, we had great Rishi Munis such as Guru Dronacharya, Chanakya, who were excellent, knowledgeable people as well as great kingmakers. Swami Vivekananda said that the masses need two kinds of knowledge, spiritual knowledge and secular knowledge. Secular knowledge in order to enhance their economic condition, and spiritual knowledge so that the people through various sources such as reading books, listening to podcasts, experiences of people and many more. The very contention that knowledge is mere collection of data, information, facts and figures is very outdated, but on the contrary, knowledge means how to derive meaningful conclusions from such bunch of data, information and facts. Creativity has no standpoint on its own. For creativity to be displayed, knowledge is must. For example, CEs like us want to develop a GST software which by the input of data itself will file all the GST returns. This idea is creative. But creativity versus knowledge is very domain specific also, because in creative fields such as film industry, such as fashion industry, creativity has its upper hand. But in logical fields such as accountancy profession, such as medical profession, knowledge has its upper hand. Thus, knowledge is like a canvas or a base to display your creativity. I would like to conclude by saying that creativity and knowledge are like two sides of a coin which goes hand in hand. Just like the front and the rear tires of a vehicle, but the more knowledgeable you are, the greater is the power or the advantage you have over the other person. I rest my opinion here. Thank you so much.
Take microphone.
Your camera is there, so it is being.
It has existed for more than 3.5 billion years. Compared to that, we humans have only been around for a mere 100,000 years. Yet, even in the ephemeral span of existence, the amount of unparalleled influence we have is incomprehensible. We went from inventing the wheel 5,000 years ago to traveling to a neighboring planet. I mean, if that's not fascinating, I don't know what is. Now, don't worry, this is not an anthropology lesson. The reason for stating these facts is, I make a simple question. What makes humans so exceptional and quite literally impeccable? The answer is pretty straightforward. Unencumbered creativity throughout human history. You see, creativity is at the inception point of knowledge. You may believe the language that you speak in are part of your linguistic knowledge, but think about it. Thousands of years ago, it was the brainchild of some of our creative ancestors who were like, okay, this is how a letter should be written, this is how a word may be pronounced. Even hard sciences, every species that used to exist and do exist, including humans up until 1687, mindlessly saw the apple fall. Only the creative mind of Sir Isaac Newton discovered gravity. In fact, his creative theories, backed by maths ahead of its time, laid a foundation for modern day physics. Now you may argue, all that is great, Agam, but that is history. What about the future? Surely in the future, knowledge is more important than creativity. Well, quite the opposite actually. You see, the era that we live in, 21st century, is referred to as the technological age or the information era. And rightly so. Today, any and every information is just one figure. In fact, newer and upcoming technologies like blockchain, AI, and machine learning have already started affecting our lives. To resonate further, here are some examples. Amazon has started rolling out stores with cashless checkouts. Vehicles with self-driving technologies are already a big thing in first world nations. Even in our own field, blockchain-induced triple entry bookkeeping has essentially decreased the working hours by half. And the big four accounting firms have already started implementing this technology. And these are just a handful of examples out of the millions of technological breakthroughs that we achieve every single day. Look, I hate to break it to you, ladies and gentlemen, but someday in the not so distant future, humans will become obsolete to machines. And the only way to stay ahead of the curve is to embrace creativity with open arms. Thank you for being such a wonderful audience. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Start the rebuttal round. Rebuttal round, start.
My dear opponent, I would like to question you, what's the growth?
You have heard about Apple, the company, right? It currently reached a market capitalization of $3 trillion. It's more than the annual GDP of India. You see, what they deal in is in creative stuff like technology. They were able to achieve such a growth based on
Sir,
technology.
you're talking about the technology, but very fact that technology itself needs IT knowledge. If you don't have the knowledge
That-
of information system in in companies like Apple or Amazon, how would it grow so much?
See.
And entrepreneurship. People talk about entrepreneurship, right? People talk about entrepreneurship.
First coming to your first question.
Sure.
See, what the theory here is, it's an inverted pyramid structure. Humans, we started around like 100,000 years ago. We were same as animals back then, right? So our first creativity, as sir rightly mentioned, was the fire. From that, we gained some knowledge how to light the fire. Then we diversified our knowledge from various topics to gather enough knowledge for the future of these technologies.
But the very fact that you can't know about
Second
nanotechnology
example.
or AI without having the knowledge of IT system.
Let's talk about shoes, okay?
So
you're
talking about Apple,
shoes have
Apple
existed.
or whatever, anything.
I'm
for
coming
that
to
you
your
want
point,
you
my
have
dear.
to first know that there is A, B, C as alphabets. And that is what knowledge. That is what
I
a combination
already
of
mentioned
various
in my
alphabets
speech.
and everything will make something new. So
I already
knowledge
mentioned
is
in my
something
speech.
which is.
You are not allowing me to answer my
So how can I allow that when you are wrong?
Okay, I already mentioned in my speech that languages were developed through creativity of our ancestors. And the second point, you said that knowledge is important, right? See, shoes have existed for more than I don't know how many thousand years. But have you heard of the recent example that Nike has developed the shoes with self-tying technology? You can control it with your mobile phones. Now, if they weren't creative enough, your grandchild in the future would mindlessly wearing these shoes with self-tying technologies, not even thinking about it, how creative we were today to have those technologies in the first place. Yesterday, or I mean, like a week ago, we had those conference on Zoom for the mock debate competition. Tell me one person who was not creative and has had impact on history.
So that is what I said. To rephrase my emotion, I said creativity and knowledge goes hand in hand. But the greater
Okay.
knowledgeable you are, the more power you have over the other person. And you're talking about the shoelace, sir. That is a process.
See, okay.
This is a human race.
Let me ask
right?
you a simple question. Do you
Okay.
think Albert Einstein is one of the most intelligent creatures that has ever seen the face of this earth?
Sure.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Imagination is more important than knowledge. For knowledge is limited to what we now know and understand. And imagination embraces the entire world and what there ever will be to know and
That is
understand.
what I said in my contention, that our definition of knowledge is very much restricted and narrow. Knowledge is not just information.
So you
and
are
facts
saying
and
that the
figures.
most intelligent
I
man
said,
has
sir,
said that imagination is
Sir,
true sign of intelligence and he is
now
wrong.
That most intelligent man is a history right now. We can't take history so much and then say that the particular man said this, so this is only the right thing. It is a very subjective matter, sir.
So you believe that knowledge needs to exist for creativity, right?
Exactly, knowledge needs to exist for creativity.
One simple example. Have you heard of Henry Ford?
Yeah.
Henry Ford, he is a 4th class dropout, okay? And he started the assembly line which exists even to this day. Sir, one last thing I'd like to say.
So the time is over.
One last thing, if you may, judges.
Okay, after very simple. Sundar Pichai, Google CEO, in his interview, he told very categorically when people asked him that how you give these kind of services from Google, like Google Map and then Google Lens and all. So he told one very simple thing, that when I was in IIT Kharagpur, so from that time only I used to think on the problems what I am facing. And then I used to try to find out the solution. So now the question is, so here creativity came first and then with the help of knowledge. Elaborate.
Thank you, sir, for this beautiful question. So, as Sundar Pichai said, were his problems and come out with a solution. It was possible only he had the idea of engineering. He had the idea of JEE Mains and JEE Advanced, and because of that thing only he was able to come out of the particular solution. For example, I'm a CA student, I'm a third year CA final student. When I read SFM, I first think that, okay, this question is so tough. I'm able to solve the question because I have the knowledge of SFM. Had I not had the knowledge of SFM, I was not able to solve that question at all. So this is my contention, sir.
Good. Agam,
Yes, sir.
creativity is an art. Will execute without knowledge.
Interesting question, sir. But then again, I mentioned the knowledge, that prerequisite knowledge that exists today. Think 1,000 years back. Did that exist? No, sir, it didn't. How are we able to reach at this point today? 100,000 years ago, we were just same as animals. It was this inverted pyramid structure I told you about. First, the first spark of fire was first sign of innovation. Then we get that knowledge about some more things, then some more things. That's how we have formed the knowledge for today. It's because of creativity. Sir, if creativity ends today, what would happen, sir? The very reason that we live, we think about the future, would end because everything would be same and monotonous it would become. Sir, one example I'd give. In today's debate, there is a candidate A. He is speaking in a monotonous manner and he has given 8 facts. And then there is candidate B. He has spoken about 7 facts, but he's so creative. He thinks out of the box. His speaking style is amazing. Who would win, sir? Don't you think candidate B would win?
Okay, thank you very much.
No, obviously, but for that even candidate B should have certain knowledge which will support, cannot take the risk of creating anything. So knowledge becomes paramount in that sense also. Can you distinguish creativity from knowledge?
Sir, I already mentioned it. When there was nothing, there was creativity. Our human mind.
I've said.
Yeah.
Forget about 1,000 years or 5,000 years back.
Yeah.
Come in today's scenario.
Sir,
can you say that without adequate knowledge, Sundar Pichai would have invented or do creativity with Google app?
definitely not. But then again, sir, I have given these examples. Sir, in 2050, if we need to have the adequate knowledge of various technologies, in that time of Steve Jobs, his creative mind think how the operating system should be. So if there was no creativity, knowledge would not exist, sir. That's what I'm trying to say.
Can you give me any example where creativity has been made without having knowledge?
Sir, I was speaking the example of Henry Ford. He was 4th standard dropout. He didn't know anything about cars. But then he quite literally invented the concept of, the machineries going, I forgot the name of the technology. But even hundreds years after rolling out of first Model T, that technology, assembly line, I remember the name. Assembly line is still being used today. He didn't have any knowledge. Sir, you can search about him, his life. Still he was able to do this.
No, you could have given a better example. Like in case of basically art, adequate knowledge, a person can create something new.
Yes, sir.
But
Definitely.
for anything related to technology, you emphasized more on technology. In technology, I think creativity is not possible without knowledge. So knowledge is of paramount importance.
Sir, I wanted the rebuttal to be fair. My fellow delegate had already mentioned that in arts and other subjects, creativity is very important and it sits over knowledge. So I didn't want to go back to the same topic and pinch her on that. She had admitted it, so I wanted to move forward.
But I must say that should have come from you, not her. Now your question.
Yes, sir.
Sir, when someone is admitting that, then why should I forcefully debate on something that exists as a fact?
Obviously, just in the previous debate also I mentioned that creativity becomes important in the coming era. Obviously, knowledge has got importance. Everyone has knowledge. But unless and until you move ahead out of your peers, then you have to be something creative.
Thank you for the question, sir. So, as I said, that the definition of knowledge in our perspective is very narrow. That we see knowledge just from the what is mentioned in any book or what is there in any audio. But knowledge is far much beyond that. Obviously, we 35 students, we are presenting here ourselves. We are obviously creative, and because of the knowledge we possess about the particular topic, we are able to express ourselves. So this is my contention.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Fair play. I really enjoyed it. Thank you so much.
Judges are taking much more interest in this particular topic. Now, without wasting the time, I call up the next team, that is Vishwas R. Kumar and Akshat Agarwal. And the topic is format of GST fit for India?
GST format and Akshat in favor of GST format. And the time starts now.
It's first day of July 2017 and our Honorable Prime Minister is about to bring alive the efforts of Kelkar Committee from back in 2003 in the form of goods and service tax. From what he saw in other 160 countries, he thought India ought to be a part of it. So, is the format of GST fit for India? Let's find out. A very glorious afternoon to one and all. My name is Akshat Kuldeep Agrawal and I am presenting before you on why I believe that yes, this format of 17 of such taxes have come under one umbrella, thus significantly reducing the compliance burden. And have also ensured that there is no revenue loss to the state governments due to discarding of various state level taxes such as state VAT, purchase tax, luxury tax, etc. The psychological impact that GST has over the end consumer, that is the ultimate taxpayer, and the manufacturer or dealer is one of the main reasons it suits perfectly to the population of India, only 28% of which is middle class but represents a massive 79% of the total taxpayer base. GST was introduced in India with an intent to overcome the limitations of earlier indirect taxation regime that had cascading effects due to inclusion of excise duty in computation of VAT, due to non-allowance of credit of central levy against state levy and vice versa, and due to non-integration of VAT and service tax. However, GST has cured the ills of earlier indirect taxation regime as supply of both goods and services is taxed with GST only. GST along with its seamless credit flow through supply chain would resolve cascading inflationary effects, and the very event of supply is either taxed as supply of goods or supply of services, thus reducing the possibilities of double taxation. Under GST regime, share of indirect taxes to the gross revenue receipts of the Union Government of India has been gradually increasing over the past 4 years. In financial year 17-18, with this ratio stood at 48%, it is currently standing at 53% in financial year 2021. Some of the other facts stating how this format of GST has been a perfect match for India are the ratio of SGST to gross state domestic product, GSDP, varies from 1% to 2.3%, average being 1.5% for various states. The ratio of IGST to GSDP varies from 0.5% to 1.57%, average being 0.99% for various states. Where Uttar Pradesh stands first in the average SGST collection, it ranks second in the IGST-GSDP ratio. The ratio of total GST in the total GST to GSDP ratio, it ranks 28th in the total GST collection. Therefore, this suggests us that unlike the VAT regime, GST share is more evenly distributed among the states and no one state is benefiting at the cost of others. Replacing the earlier indirect taxation regime, GST has simplified the most complex tax regime in India and has made the slogan, "One nation, one market and one tax" possible. Thank you everyone, that's been my time.
Today, we are going to discuss and debate an important topic, that is format of GST fit for India? I am going to speak against this topic, that is GST is never fit for India. First of all, we will remember the words of the great economist Chanakya. He told that, Kosho Mulo Dandaha, it means revenue is the backbone of the state. But what had happened with the implementation of the GST? The backbone of the states has been broken. States have lost its regulations to regulate its own tax system. It has to depend on GST Council. That's why the loan book of every state is almost doubled from the introduction of GST to today. And India believes in the federal economy. But states and center has its own duties. But GST ruined it. And with this, the competition between the states has come down. If the competition comes down, the growth rate will come down. If the growth rate comes down, there will be economic slowdown. If there is economic slowdown, India cannot flourish. This is the vicious circle of the GST. Let's clearly understand with the structural points, if the structure and the format of GST is fit for India, it would have achieved all the objectives which my opponent was told. GST has never achieved one important objective of it. I will present you a three-angle perspective, one from the government, business and from the customers. From the government, tax collection is the perspective. They told that we will achieve 3.8% GDP to tax ratio. What has happened? Even after 5 years, we are never able to achieve it. Why? And why the 14% revenue growth that has never achieved? Why the former finance minister Arun Jaitley told we will got 2% increase in GDP? But we went into economic slowdown. Why? Because doing business we will bring in. But what happened? Today and tomorrow we got a new notification, new press release. How can whether the businessman should do business or should manage GST? And we come to the final perspective, that is from the people of India's perspective, who are the real bakra. They told that with the introduction of GST, cascading effect will come down, and then afterwards the rates will come down, inflation will come down. But India is taxed at 28% highest slab, which is greatest in the world. Is it not a tax terrorism? Chanakya told that the government should collect the tax like a way that the honeybee that is what GST is. And understand the important thing, India has a population of 1 billion plus population where the tradition and custom change for every 10 kilometers. How can the one GST council set rate for every product? A product used in Telangana may not be used in Tamil Nadu. It may not be used in Assam. A service used in Kashmir will not be used in Kerala. And how can a single state can set this? This is why GST is unfit. Thank you.
So my friend, you said that the backbone of states have been broken. Let me bring in front of you a fact. In the year 1718, after that, in financial year 1819, the GST collections have been increasing at a rate of 42.5% for states. In financial year 1920, those have increased and bring out an average of 20% for every state.
Okay.
Other than that, you said that there is an economic slowdown. So my friend, GST was introduced in financial year 1718. Corona have happened in financial year 1920.
Okay.
So let me bring to your notice that the
sir,
economic slowdown is because of the corona.
Don't present the false facts in this in this podium, because if the revenue collection has been so good, why the government is borrowing and giving the compensation to the states? Why the state government of Tamil Nadu, when that the GST ratio is increasing? First of all, yesterday the PTR, who is the finance minister of Tamil Nadu, told that 60 to 40 was the tax ratio. That means direct to indirect tax ratio earlier before 2020. That means 60% will come from direct tax, 40% will come from indirect tax. Now it has been reversed. That means you are looting the country from the small people. You are not taxing the big people where you want to get the tax. It is against the Indian constitution of how the equity and justice should be the basis for living the taxation system, which you have ruined with GST.
So if you are saying that it is against the Constitution of India, let me bring before you the Article 366, 12A, 269A, 279A that have been incorporated in the Constitution to bring GST.
Yeah.
If that's against the equity, you are saying equality, then what do you think? Why it has been incorporated in the Constitution of India?
Sir, that you all need to read, that is incorporated now. It is not the visionary of our founding fathers.
So,
they clearly told that
with changes. Nobody would have saw 100 years ago that we have to bring GST in financial year 17-18, my friend.
Sir, GST was the concept of 100 years back only, sir. France has introduced.
Yeah, so France has introduced, but in India, when constitution was being drafted,
Okay.
they were not sure that they have to bring GST. But with the changes, they have introduced in financial year 17-18. So what's wrong in that?
Technology supports it. Even after 5 years, you have never matched any invoices. Invoice matching concept is not there. And you got the notices for the technical aspects to the assessees. And also, I will ask you the few questions. Why America never adopted GST? Is it not a superpower? Why China never adopted GST? Is it not a superpower? Why the 140 plus nations which adopted the GST has never been able to compete China and America? Why?
Sir, tell me one thing. We are discussing about India or about the world?
Sir, you have to compare. You have borrowed, sir. You have borrowed that one. It's not our own India, not make in India.
What you are saying, GST is fit for India. We are not talking about the world. Their nation is adopting according to their economy. And name me one law which has been completely settled. So they are not matching. So GST was introduced in 17-18. It's been only 4 years. Give it some time. I agree that it is unsettled, but it will settle in coming years. And added to that, Corona has disrupted the whole system. So you can also look at that perspective.
Sir, whatever the government says, we have Corona, we got this virus, the system has to be resilient to everything. That is the way the government country is. Wait, you have never answered my question. Why America or nothing with superpower? Why 140 plus nations of GST which has adopted never competed them? Answer me this question.
So because America and China, GST is not suitable for their economy. Please see the economic differences between India and America. America is a developed economy, India is a developing economy.
Then you are
Please
saying,
pay focus on that.
Okay. technical topic. We got this first technical topic and an entire audience taken lot of interest. So, think you have prepared lot of material for opposition party.
Sir, the thing is that
can give them.
Okay, this is not the answer. The thing is that government never released the data against it. We have to get pick research out of it because these are all the facts and government will never tell.
Okay. Okay. So let's come back to our business.
Yeah.
Okay. So first question to Akshat. Akshat, you have given lot of benefits of what now today India is observing. That is perfectly fine. The question is, do you have any analysis on import of material? The cost of import of material has increased or gone down, and if it has gone down, then is there any impact of the same within Indian produced material?
So with the introduction of GST, what they have done is import is still covered in Customs Act, and basically the rates that are being implemented in our country, that would, what can I say, with the discarding of central excise duty and state level VATs, it would force our manufacturers and dealers in the country itself to improve the quality of their product. So not only it makes it competitive in the Indian market, but also in the international market. And coming to your question that whether the price of imports have decreased or increased, so that's a subjective matter depending upon the rates that is fluctuating depending upon the decisions of the GST Council. So yeah, that's that, sir.
So here I'll complete your answer in a more proper way. Answer is because of this GST, cascading effect of taxes have gone down. So that is why there are many materials where import cost has gone down, and that have very major impact in Indian producing system as well, where we are getting lot of competition because your imported cost of materials are as comparison to Indian material are cheaper. So that is why this Make in India and all we are trying to make it in more competitive way. So that is the correct answer. And Vishwas.
Yeah, yes, sir.
So Vishwas, so you are very much convinced with the fact that GST is not fit for India.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have any alternative for that?
Sir,
or let me complete. Yeah. Or you are very much comfortable or satisfied with the old regime where lot of cascading effect, where lot of multiple rates for same product. So what do you say on that part?
Sir, the thing is that the present GST format is not fit for India. I am telling that. The earlier regime, which if we have bought more reform, see America, it has more autonomy for the states to fix the regulations. If the autonomy only is lost from the states, then how can we get a competitive India?
Okay. But that autonomy is embedded in their system. Their entire system is based on the entire, even the social laws are being framed by the states only.
Yeah.
But here the law-making authority only is the Parliament of India. So you cannot compare America with India.
Lawmaking authorities also, state assembly also will mark the laws.
That is for local laws.
But for state list.
That is those which are forming part of state list.
Yeah.
But for revenue, it is only the central government.
Sir, that is after the introduction of GST. Before, the states used to only control the goods rate, in VAT rates. I am correct, no?
That I know. But now, as Mr. Neeraj has asked you a question, do you have an alternative of GST?
Sir, I'll just...
in the present scenario.
Yeah, sir, I will not tell my answer. It just, I'll quote the answers of the Mr. Honorable Finance Minister of Tamil Nadu, PTR. He just told that we will just go back to the previous regime with little bit technological support which we have used in GST, so that we will be fit and fine, and we can get a greater revenue share than the GST. How we have declined, we can rise without GST. And I'll tell you the fact that after May 22 or June 22, when the composition scheme is going to end, when the center is not going to compensate, automatically states will revert back to the...
Means why GST you are considering as a revenue oriented thing for the states? It should be considered as a business oriented. How GST is helping the business? Vis-a-vis, what you are saying is that it is not beneficial for certain state, it may be beneficial to some of the states. What my question is whether GST in the present scenario is beneficial for the business or not.
Yeah, sir,
I'm not talking
in my-
about state revenue or central revenue.
In my introductory speech, I told that it's never complete, achieved the objective of either government or business or the consumer. It has ruined all the objectives itself. Okay, and the two speaking that whatever the consumption-based tax and all, the manufacturing states are still suffering. After 5 years, you never provided the answer for that. The inverted duty structure. Then when can we grow the building on it? If we correct now itself, at least the cost of foundation will only
It's
suffer.
an emerging law. The government is taking steps to curb the flaws in the law.
Yeah.
But definitely you have to admit one fact. With introduction of the GST, there has been lot more compliance than it was in the previous regime. That you admit or not?
No, sir. The own government data I will give you. More than 35,000 plus of input tax credit has been detected by the government. But you just imagine, only 35,000 crores has been detected by the government. What is the amount of undetected? What is the amount of revenue loss that the states have suffered because of the center's decision?
No, that's if you say this 35,000 crore as of now,
Yeah.
what would have been? Can you imagine in the previous regime?
Sir, in the previous regime, the states have been
It might have
the
more than
states
1
have
lakh
the-
crore.
Allah, states have the ownership that I want to get the revenue, I will control the flow. If they are not getting the control, they will have the flow. Here, the thing is that everything GST Council will decide.
So can I say something? Can I say something?
Yes.
So you are okay with the losses of state governments, but okay with the frauds conducted by the businessman. You are saying that ITC of 35,000 crore has been deducted by the government. So that was in the whole interest of the nation, my friend.
Sir, I am telling that only 35,000 crores has been detected. What
what-
about the undetected? I am asking that who are going to detect
So
that? I am asking.
you involve the cascading effect.
Yeah.
You involve the non-allowance of credit in several like VAT, excise duty, purchase tax, luxury tax, all that, and then imagine what would have been the figure.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, fine. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Sir, I extremely say that it's a very good rebuttal, and I think everybody enjoyed it. Better. Vishal is speaking against the Indian parenting, and Sejal in favor of Indian parenting. Who will speak first?
Not a problem. If it's not a problem, I'll speak first. Okay.
Hello.
You are saying Western is better.
Yes, sir.
Sejal is saying Indian
Can I start?
No.
Sejal, can I start?
Is it okay if I?
If I?
I'm in the four. I would
Okay,
like to
you
go
can.
for it. If you're
It's up
okay
to
with
you.
it. Perfect.
Okay.
It is said the difference between Indian or Western, it is absolutely necessary for the overall development of a child. But I, Sejal Gupta, believe that the Indian parenting style is definitely better at bringing out the best in a child. The Western culture believes in independence, letting the young guns out at a very young age and expect them to figure out their own path. Now, I know that a lot of people believe this to be the best advantage of Western culture. But I would like to differ because I believe that Indian parents also give their children independence, but in a more targeted way, removing greater threats and trying to ensure that they have your back in every scenario. Now, what this leads to is the feeling of protection among children, the feeling that they have someone to catch if they fall. And trust me, it helps. Now, when we know that the risk occurred from failing is less, we tend to jump higher, fly higher, and try things which we never thought we will. The Western upcoming generation does not have this benefit, and hence they aren't able to achieve what they otherwise could have. Well, the Indian parenting style also offers another advantage which the Western style cannot match, the advantage of emotional connection and support. In India, we do not move out when we turn adults, living a solo life devoid of any emotional connection with our parents or relatives. No. We tend to live life as a family, where at the end of the day, children come back to a home and not an empty house,
We don't have to wait for festivals to meet our parents in their children who grow up to be more civilized. According to UN, the criminal rate report 2018 clearly shows that the total crimes per 1,000 people in India is 1.64 and for USA is 41.29, which is more than 25 times. And if we look specifically into the juvenile crime rate, then the total crime per 1,000 juveniles in India is 0.92 and for USA is 6.1, which is more than 6 times. And the trend is similar when we take into account other health matrices such as isolation and depression, with India performing way better than its Western counterparts. Before I end, I would like to shed light on another speciality of Indian parents, and that I not believe in myself, because it's only because of their "don't worry beta, we know you can nail it" confidence in me do I have the courage to face life head on. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gupta. So now I'll start. Matra Pitra Krita Abhyosa. A child is not a learned person from birth. He's being taught by his parents. A very warm good afternoon to one and all present here. I'm Vishal Agrawal and I'm standing here in front of you all to express my views against the topic Indian versus Western, which parenting style is better. So before we move ahead, first I would like to explain what exactly does parenting mean. Parenting refers to a process in which a parent raises a child which directly affects his physical, psychological needs, the academics, the capability to cope up with life, and also their aggression. So, before I move ahead and express my views as which parenting is better, first I would like to give a disclaimer that I'll be talking about the orthodox type of parenting, be it Western, be it Indian. I'll not be talking about the modern adopted ones. So, I strongly believe that Western style of parenting is the best, as rather than being strict and disciplined. They strongly believe and they are inclined towards a relation of friendship, an emotional relation in which they can share anything. It's like unlike India, where we need to think twice before talking anything to our parents. We think that if my father thinks it in another way, I might get punished. We get scared, we don't come out. You know that in Western parents, they strongly believe and they do that a child should remain a child. Because before I move ahead, I would just like to say one thing. In India, decision making. Do you all believe that decision making is one of the most important capability each and everyone should have? In India, it's not a child's domain. It is something which is with their parents. A child does not have the right to think or to decide what to do and what not to. He's asked blindly to follow whatever his parent says. Can you imagine the psychological impact it might have? The data shows it. According to the data issued by NCRB, approximately 1,53,208 people died due to suicide in India. And it's a whopping percent of 12 emotional bond between a parent and a kid, be it Eastern or Western. It's only a mechanism which a parent needs to adopt. So I would like to conclude that if a parent adopts Western, he can see his parent develop, he can see his child in one of the world's best person. Happiness is better than being successful. Thank you.
Well, the only question I would ask, can I start? Okay. Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Well, the only question I would like to ask my formidable partner is that the population of USA is 0.38 crores and population of India is 1.38 crores. So, still, according to the UN Office on Drugs Criminal Rate and Drug Rate Report, the drugs usage in USA is 13.7% and India is 3.2%, I'm sorry. And do you really think that giving independence to children before they turn adult...
I'd like to state few things. First of all, why is the 3% in India? If you strongly believe that Indian parenting is so good, then why? And similarly, I don't believe that the data is accurate. It is all because of samples and statistics. And similarly, why are you comparing that only USA is a Western nation? We have a lot of Western nations in front of us. USA is not an ideal model. And coming to the drugs and coming to the things you're saying that illegal, coming to that, I would just like to say that you can take a horse to a river. You cannot make him drink water. Similarly, you can take a child, you can teach him, you can give him discipline, but you cannot teach what to do and what not. It's completely his perspective, it's completely the surrounding he is with.
now, okay? I would like to start with what you mentioned.
So I'll just ask you one simple question before moving ahead.
I understand, but first I would like to put my point of view with what you said. First of all, I understand that not all statistics in India are recorded, but even if 50% are recorded, still the percentage would be way less than what is done in USA.
1.3 billion into 3% is approximately 4 crores.
This is 3.7% out of the population, but per thousand. That's why all my stats are per thousand
Exactly.
people.
Like coming to that itself. Now
Yeah,
let's
per
talk.
thousand, 3% is 300 people, and 13.7% is way too much than that.
Okay.
And according to what you are saying, that you can't take a horse to a river, if we assume that both the Indian children and both the USA children, they have been faced with the same situational, then I am sure that if a person has the...
Coming to that itself, to answer that I would like to have a counter question.
Yeah.
Don't you think that being independent or having an independent ideology makes things clear, gives you a better path?
But that depends.
Just a second. I would like to complete my
Okay,
question first, Ms.
okay.
Gupta. I would like to question you that you said that your parents are always standing in your back, right?
Yeah.
You always think that they are standing in your back.
Yeah, always.
But as I
Actually, not
said,
on the back, in the side, but that's the same thing.
but
okay.
when you go to any good college or when you're in a corporate world or anywhere,
Yeah.
you're standing there alone, right? You need to be on your own.
That's
No
not
doubt there's an
entirely
emotional
true.
support. But as I said, there's an emotional sacred bond which exists in both the cases. It's not that the Western parents, even the Western parents, they encourage to pay, they encourage the children to pay their own bills. But if the children is not being able to pay it, they pay it. They stand. It's not that they just disown their children. They love them. They are their offsprings, right?
I'll ask you one question. If suppose, we might have noticed that Indian parents, our parents always from the very beginning, they kind of make a fund for us that when we turn adults, they're going to give it to us so that we can either
So
put
they're
it
making
in-
you dependent, right?
Yeah.
They're making you dependent. It's only because that we've always been taught to be dependent instead of being independent. We always think that there's someone standing in back of us who will help us.
Raising your voice
I'm not raising my voice, I'm just quoting my facts.
won't make your argument
No, I'm not. I'm
stronger.
just quoting my facts. Answer to your fact, right?
Okay, can I proceed?
I think you can.
Thank you very much. To say my point, I would like to say that if you as an Indian kid have parents funding, you're going to start from a certain level. That makes you stronger in your life. If as an American or any Western kid, you do not have a backup funding, you're going to start from the scratch. What
I guess you have your figures wrong and you don't have your facts right. Because we've seen in past also just a second, I'll just complete it. We've seen in past that all the great entrepreneurs, be it Jeff Bezos, be it a founder of Tesla, just a second, they have their parents invested funds.
Yes.
They got shares, they invested,
Yes.
they supported them, right?
Yes.
And now if you come and ask me to invest anything in your money or in your startup, nobody's gone, but their parents did. It's because they are giving them support, right?
And if,
it
Jeff,
was almost
if Jeff Bezos' parents invested in his business, does it make him independent? You just
yes,
basically...
yes, it does make.
Let's stop. Let's stop. My first question will be for Sejal. Don't you think that Indian parents are more overprotective than it's required to be?
I appreciate the question, but I do not agree with that notion, sir. We live in a country which is not very safe for certain kind of as well, like being a taxi driver or a janitor. But if you say in India, the pay rate for such jobs is very low. So I guess if an Indian parent wants the child to study more so that they can make their future more secure, it does not make them overprotective, but maybe a bit more logical.
Secondly, don't you think that Indian parents are more authoritative than it should be?
Sir, I guess discipline is something that we always grew up with, and discipline is something that made us knew the difference between right and wrong.
Discipline can be embedded by way of imparting knowledge. It need not be by way of authorization.
I agree with you, sir, but I guess being authoritative and being disciplined is something that is very interconnected. Yes, putting undue pressure or making your children yes, you have to follow this only, that is something that is very wrong. But with time, Indian parents are not being westernized, but they're realizing that their kids can have their own needs as well. So yes, change is coming. Is it because of the Western culture? I do not agree so. Is it because of that, yes, children nowadays, they have their own voice? Yes. And I guess that's pretty nice.
Now my question, it takes the water or not? But in Indian culture, it is being first told to the kid or child that why water is useful for you. Before taking the child in front of the river the parents teach why the river is important for you and why the water of the river is beneficial and not the sea water. In US culture, is that you think, or rather Western culture, do you think that that kind of parenting is there, or just they are leaving their child to take decision at a very early stage when they are not mature enough to take their own decision?
Sir, thank you so much for the question. I would just like to answer that by simple thing, that as I said, they are very open to debates. They talk to the children, they open up, they have a friendly connection bond. They try to understand what the kid is thinking and what his approach is. Instead of just imposing it in a disciplined manner that you need to do this, they just make them understand the pros and cons, that what are the pros and cons of doing. Like you said, they teach them why we need to drink river water instead of sea water. Sir, as I said, sir, there is an emotional bond. Nobody is gonna harm, or they don't think bad for the offsprings, right, sir? And coming to the...
But statistical
Yes,
data shows...
Sir, can you please give me any data, sir?
For which data? I haven't talked
you-
about anything.
Just the data you're talking about, sir. Like,
So what, do you know what I am talking about?
Sir, you were talking about the thing that they leave them alone. They don't think. Okay,
No, it's not
my
necessary.
mistake. Sorry, sir.
It's your presumption.
It was my presumption, sorry.
It's your presumption that I am talking about that.
Okay.
As per statistical data, the crime rate in juvenile is higher in Western culture than in Indian culture.
Sir, the main reason...
And the reason being, they are more aggressive. The thing is that the Western kids or their upbringing in such a manner, they are very possessive of themselves rather than they think about others. They are very self-centric, and that's why they become harmful when their interests are being taken away. And that's why the crime rate is higher in them.
Sir, I beg to disagree. I believe the main reason you find the juvenile rate to be very high, the crime rate to be very high, is the economic differences. You will see that it's a fact, sir, that when you just see that what are the rates committed by the races over there, there's a different races and there's a very bad race system going on over there despite the coming globalization, or I can say the current era. So the rate in which the juvenile are doing crime, it's because of the main economic differences. The people who are not able to make their kids stand, and the kids who do not get the resources do get into these kind of stuff.
Okay. Sejal, can you just elaborate that if you think that Indian way of parenting is better, so do you think any blend of Western is also required, because the stage today at which you are could only be possible with the way Indian parenting is going on?
Western culture has started incorporating Indian culture in their style as well. They appreciate our religion more, our tradition more, our culture more, the bond of love more. So if they are incorporating the Indian aspect, I am sure that Indian traditional culture accepting the Western counterparts and the Western aspects isn't something bad. Change is always appreciative if it's towards something good. So yes, taking something from a different culture which makes you better isn't something bad and does not destroy your foundation. So till the time the foundation is set, we are all okay.
Good, very good. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Only 3 teams remaining, na?
The topic is focus on CA course solely or multiple courses along with CA. A very interesting topic.
All students.
For all students. Swagat, Subhati and Dipalita.
Swagat is against, na?
Yes, sir, I am against.
Who will speak first? And Swagat is against the CA course and Dipali is in favor of CA course.
Not against CA course. Solely CA course.
Multiple course. Good afternoon. Start. Good afternoon, everyone. What is the day when we celebrate our CA course? The CA day. 1st of July.
Mic on karo.
What is the day
when we celebrate the CA course. 1st of July. Our CA Institute was established on 1st of July 1949. I think we all are aware of the facts that how difficult this course is. Of that 1,000 students become CA, 1%. Rahul Dravid, when he opened the books of CA, he said that I increased my efforts in cricket because of the voluminous books and the course CA has. Arun Jaitley said that two things are difficult in this world. LLB में fail होना और CA में pass होना. This is what expresses that how difficult this CA course is. What is the CA course? Is it only foundation, intermediate and finals? No, it is absolutely not. Finals, it is 3 years of rigorous articleship, and now that we have an option to opt for industrial training of 1.5 years. And these activities are included in CA course as well. Our CA organization, that is ICAI, Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, is the second largest accounting body in the whole world. Don't you think that it is good to be master of one rather than being the jack of all the things? Why should we focus on other things such as MBAs, literally MBAs? Why? Because they are better in their communication skills. Isn't this or CA final is the best thing which can ever happen to a CA student? Yes, it is my dream to get a rank in CA final. I hope so I get. Don't you think that in articleship, which we pursue merely at the age of 19, 20, 21, we get ourselves exposed to big clients such as Amazon and many other, which I think a 30-year, a 40-year, 50-year-old is not exposed to. We are exposed to the financial statements of the big companies, which I think is the greatest privilege we as CA students or CA article have over any other student. Thank you so much.
There was a time when there were more than 80 million BlackBerry users all over the world, which included the likes of the former US President, Mr. Barack Obama. From 2005 to 2010, this company's messaging software was lean. This company's market share fell to less than 0.2%. And in January 2022, this company's software was forced to shut down and get decommissioned. This is because this company failed to change with the need of time, and which was taken away by the corporate giants like Apple. BlackBerry did a huge blunder by not investing and upgrading itself with the changing times and adopting the smart screen touch-based technology. Same goes for companies like Kodak, failed to innovate and change and move towards digital photography. So we have examples like Yahoo, Nokia, and so many other such companies which were pioneers at their point of time, but they failed to change, failed to adapt with the emerging technologies and the emerging trends. Similar is that with the case of the CA profession. No doubt, today the ICAI is the leading pioneer in fields of auditing, accounting, and tax, credit risk, market risk, operational risk, portfolio management, and a bunch of other such skill set areas which are upcoming and becoming the demand and the need of the job markets. And until and unless we chartered accountancy actually pursue those courses and enhance our value through those courses, we will lose its sheen over a period of time. Now, when I talk of the various courses, the first additional course for a chartered accountants and the members of the CA fraternity can actually derive great insights since they have the great analytical powers and turn those logics into algorithms. And this can be useful in areas like product management, business valuation, and many more such things. And as my friend, you suggested that there's an abysmal low percentage in terms of the pass percentage in the CA course. And that's where they can actually enhance their profile by doing courses like CMA USA and the ACCA, because this gives them an edge in fields like other fields of financial reporting, like the international IFRS and the US GAAP. And I would like to tell you that even the big fours have their offshore units, such as the PwC SDC, which actually hide these kind of talent. So actually doing these kind of courses along with CA even ensures that a person who is not even a rank holder or has not been exposed to articleship in some of the best article firms of the country can actually also work in some of the top firms like the Big Four by doing other kind of certifications, other kind of live projects and management. Just in the mutual fund industry in India is more than 38 lakh crores. So these are also examples where the CA can venture out. Thank you.
My dear contender, you mentioned about a company called BlackBerry. I don't think that it completely goes with the topic which we are debating right now. And you said that courses such as insolvency professional and risk management, right? So I would like to say that there are many CAs who are involved as insolvency professional. Due diligence is a part of audit as well.
Well, my friend, I would like to suggest that even the ICAI has various exclusive courses and post-qualification courses
So
on
that
business
is the
valuation, on finance.
post-qualification courses, and the topic says during the CA course.
Yeah,
till
the advantages,
CA final
okay, so
course.
the advantages of doing this along with CA courses, the kind of profiles that one gets at the beginning of the career gets enhanced. I would like to give an example. On LinkedIn, few months back, there was a vacancy of industrial training in Motilal Oswal, which had desirable qualification of a student being a rank holder or working in a Big Four. But the student who got the job offer in the form of industrial training was neither of this, because he was a CFA level 2 clear candidate who had exposure in the fields of financial modeling, due diligence, analyzing various investment portfolios and so on. So this is an advantage.
So I would
It does
like
not
to say
act
that
as a
these are
risk.
the skills and not actually the courses. We are saying about the professional
CFA
courses.
level 2 is
Sir,
CFA chartered
sir,
holder
can
is
I
one of the
say-
greatest
Can I
courses.
ask you that on
Financial modeling
which
is a
level
great
of CA
course.
you are?
Yeah,
Which level of CA you are?
I'm a CA inter student.
CA inter student,
Right.
sir. I am a third year. I know what is actually required in CA
Well,
profession.
to your point, I would like to say, Kumar Mangalam Billa, who is one of the most seasoned chartered accountants, has himself said that CAs actually need to do and integrate themselves with courses like MBA. In fact, he has also done an MBA course from the London Business School. We have many journalists like Anil Singhvi, who is a chartered accountant, has also done company secretary and has exclusively said that doing both the
Sir,
courses
the
together
topic
has
itself
actually
is
helped in the
during
field
the
of
CA
journalism.
course. After
They
the
have
CA
done
course,
these kind of
you
courses
can do
together.
anything. You can do even engineering.
Yes,
Do
that's what CA
what-
is. It provides a basic foundation where we can actually branch out as per our own wishes.
Then don't you
We can
think
use
all
our
the
knowledge
CAs
in knowledge,
sitting here
taxation,
are
in the
actually
legal
not
field.
capable of handling the country as well, that you are saying that CS is needed, MBA is needed. Obviously one can do, but during the CA course you can actually enhance your skills. Data analytics, you mentioned about the data
Yes.
analytics, right? Sir, I have done courses, skill sets such as financial modeling, and that is the reason, maybe that is the reason I was selected for the industrial training as well.
So
I
you,
have-
you agree that we
Sir,
must
that
do
is a skill,
original courses
sir,
and
sir,
additional
that is a
courses.
skill
That's
and
what my
not a
point is.
particular course.
With
That
all
is
due
a skill
disrespect,
and
with
not
all
a
due
particular
respect, I would
course.
like to say that solely focusing on our CA subjects like accounting, auditing, and taxation is not enough, and that's what you are also agreeing. We need to have additional skill courses, skill-based live projects, and other kind of internships. This is what actually makes the value of chartered accountant even more.
We actually have these courses as a post-qualification course.
Even during qualification, the Institute of Chartered Accountants has an MOU with ACCA, where it is
Exactly,
giving
it's
exemption for even
eight
CA inter
subjects,
students.
for the eight
For even
subjects.
CA inter students. Why? Because it also, the institute has given many kind of exemption, because it also tries to promote
So
that
this is
during
what
CA they
I'm
do more
saying,
courses.
that actually this institute is providing you so many things.
Why? Because it
CA institute
understands.
is there in Pakistan also.
Yes.
But is there memorandum of association signed with CPA Institute? No. CPA Institute of France, Ireland? No. But our institute has provided its opportunity, has
Yes,
given
because
the
it,
opportunity
because
to
our
members
institute
as well as
actually
students.
understands and values the purpose of doing multiple courses together. Because one, it opens a multiplicity
Sir,
and a plethora of opportunities.
I think that it is
not
better
just
to
in
be
Indian
master
markets and
of one-
international markets.
Master of one and not jack of all
Stop.
trades.
Thank you.
Just a second. I feel that actually both of you have missed the essence of the topic. The topic was parallel courses if goes with chartered accountancy. Parallel professional courses. None of you,
Focusing on CA
Sir, I would like to
courses
clarify.
none of you talked about while a student while pursuing CA during his articleship, how he will go with.
So the
So may I like to
my,
answer
my
on
first question will be for Dipali, that don't you think that if a student has a caliber and if he can pursue two professional courses simultaneously, CA and any other course like a company secretaryship or an MBA, he will have better armor in his shoulder to face the critics to face the future of his career in a better manner rather than focusing on a single course which is chartered accountancy.
So, as we all are aware about the fact that CA at least takes 5 years of 5 years to complete the thing, and the main essence of CA is its articleship, sir. And our mighty institute has provided us the opportunity to attain industrial training, that is 1.5 years of industrial training in the articleship experience. So, and we all are aware about the humongous syllabus of CA final. I don't think that it is a good idea to pursue any other course. Maybe after CA it is okay to pursue such kind of courses, but during articleship we need to learn about the Excel, MS Excel skill, PowerPoint skill, so that we can deliver to our clients and also our principals better. Rather than just focusing on different topics and different courses, I think it is better to focus on one course, attain skills such as Excel, data analytics, etc., and deliver to our principal.
But even the institute permits for getting another course
Sir,
simultaneously.
Permission
My fellow friend sitting just beside me, he has done CA, CS both simultaneously and qualified of CA and completed it successfully. So what's the harm in it?
So, it is also a very subjective matter, because me as a CA student, I would like to focus core on the CA syllabus, focusing on everything that ICAI provides us, including this opportunity. So, if I make utilization of all the opportunities which ICAI is providing, which almost many students are not even aware about these things. So I think focusing on CA course is the best thing. And regarding any other courses like CS, CMA or any other thing, it can be done later also.
My question
Thank
to
you
now
so much.
Swagat.
Yes, sir.
What you spoken about is additional features in the same field of chartered accountancy, like enhancing skill in some other manner, which are already embedded in the chartered accountancy course. You have not spoken about some other fields which a chartered accountant should also pursue, like an MBA, management graduation along with a chartered accountant. That will give him an additional advantage of the subject which he is not covering as well. What you are saying, for that there are many post-qualification or even during the continuous of a studentship, there are courses undertaken by the Chartered Accountant Institute which can be done by the CA student as well. You have not said anything about the additional courses which required to be or which can be done by a student.
So, as I said, in case of industrial training especially, what the current trend is, there are fields like credit risk, market risk and operational risk. No doubt, it has been touched upon CA, but there are courses like financial risk management, which is FRM, which is focusing exclusively on this. And this is why the position actually requires the job description explicitly mention desirable qualification as someone who has cleared FRM level 1 or a CFA level 1, because he or she has more precise and subject knowledge on fixed income, has some knowledge of cancer treatment, but he cannot treat with the same precision a cancer specialist can treat. So if we do multiple courses along with CA, one, it acts as a hedging factor, because there are people who get stuck in the journey of CA. So this actually gives them, boost their confidence, they pursue that course and again they come back to CA course, and this has been the case study in many examples. And second, it opens a wide range of profile, the diversity and the spectrum of the profiles and the job role offered. And in the eyes of managers and the HR managers, they feel that these are the kind of people who are multi-talented, who can handle pressure, can do multiple courses together and can be great assets for companies. They can handle multiple assignments and a dynamic job profile. So this is what my answer is.
But the CA curriculum is designed in such a manner that one has to go mandatory with articleship.
Right, sir.
And in the most of the courses what you have suggested, suppose CFA or even MBA, if you are going, you have to compromise somewhere with your articleship or your practical training which is being provided during the CA course, which is a very essence of the CA fraternity, and you miss out something which you cannot gain, or after post qualification you have to give additional time to gain that practical knowledge which you can easily have got during the CA course itself?
Sir, to answer your question with utmost humility, I would like to say, even the websites of CFA and FRM have mentioned that these courses can be done equally proficiently for executive and working people. These courses are blended and designed in such a way that even people getting engrossed in other kind of jobs and courses can actually gel up. And there are many successful students who have actually done and beautifully integrated both these courses during the period of articleship, and they have actually enjoyed the interconnection of the learnings, what they learn in strategic financial management of CA final with that of the CFA level 2. And the kind of learning and the kind of maturity that they develop has increased multifold. So I would like to say that doing multiple courses has actually acted as an enabler in, or not just in their understanding, but also in terms of the career opportunities they get. So all in all, they are in a much advantageous position for which they can reap benefits. And also they can get access to the big 4 companies, especially in international financial reporting fields like IFRS and US GAAP. They do courses like ACCA. If they complete even part-time ACCA, people have also been recruited even by big 4 in the offshore units. So the kind of profile and the career trajectory that gets boosted up by doing multiple courses is immense, and that's what my answer is.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Think why should we go for a CA course only or opt multiple courses parallelly. Now the next contestant, I call up my next contestant, Mr. Tanmay Sharma and Mukilan SS. They will be speaking on the free speech right and limit. Tanmay will speak against the right to free speech and Mukilan in favor in right to free speech.
Okay. ये विधि मैम, अभी जो थी वो दीपाली दास थी या वो दीपाली बर्डिया थी? हेलो, हाँ वही तो, बोर्ड वहाँ बर्डिया का लगाए हुए थे, वही कर।
Yeah.
Yes.
Start. First of all, I would like to happy morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the Article 19 of the Indian Constitution, which gives me the right to give free speech. The topic in this debate: free speech, rights and limits. First of all, what is this free speech? Let me define in my way. Free speech is the open exchange of ideas and thoughts without any restrictions, subject to Indian Constitution. So, why this free speech is important? Free speech is the foundation on which democracy is built. Without this free speech, our entire understanding of this current world would be unrecognizable and would be entirely false. Right from the age of species to the laws that govern the energy has come into being firstly by free speech. Then it nurtured by innovation. So yes, while we're talking about the free speech, there is also criticism that it can offend one's idea. Yes, it can offend one's idea. What's wrong in that? When Galileo Galilei proved his heliocentric theory with the truth. And now I would like to also bring out another truth. In current era, there is a writer who is in Maharashtra, Govind Banzare, who said Chhatrapati Shivaji was a secular leader. In his book, he proved that he was a secular leader. He has been assassinated. So, your constitution offering so much of rights, even offering so much of rights, ideas will be killed. So, let's come to your point. If restricted, you are not only restricting the idea. Okay, the idea may be powerful, and without idea, the democracy will be demolished and it will lead to a revolution. And I will conclude my speech by saying that without free speech, no search of truth is possible and no discovery of truth is useful. Thank you.
and public shaming. This is what happens when we fail to circumscribe the limitations of free speech. I am Tanmay Sharma, and today I am in front of you all to speak against the motion because I strongly believe that free speech should be accompanied by some reasonable restrictions. See, free speech undeniably is extremely vital in any democracy, but unlimited freedom invites unlimited trouble. All rights carry responsibilities, and free speech is no exception. It ceases to be a right when it starts violating other important rights such as right to privacy and dignity. In 2020, 1,804 cases of hate speech were registered. That's 70% more than the last year. Friends, there are infringed elements who use hate as a weapon of communication, trying to contaminate the very fabric of social harmony. If I humiliate and abuse someone, create communal hatred, or spread fake news and then say that it's my freedom of speech, then it's a silly argument. You can't just stand up in a crowded theater and shout fire to create panic and stampede and get away with it in the name of free speech. The free speech, as my friend correctly pointed out, is enshrined in our constitution, but in section 19 subsection 2, there are also 8 reasonable restrictions like security of India, public order, decency, and incitement to an offense. Friends, if unchecked, the abuse and the use of free speech can make so many problems. Unrestricted, unregulated, and unfiltered free speech is itself a limitation rather than a right. Thank you so much.
So, Mr. Gentleman, you yeah. Now we are in debate, right? Is this a free speech? No. So, are you want to entirely ban the free speech, or the free speech should be limited? You said that Indian Constitution of Article 19 class. That's I already said. I said it was subject to Indian Constitution in my words. I already mentioned that. So, I am also agreed the fact that it should be limited to reasonable restriction. Just because you are injured in a head, injured in a leg, will you put medicine to a leg or will you remove a leg?
So let's take an analogy. First of all, answering your question, if every driver in this country has been given full liberty to drive any way he or she wants, then who will be liable for the traffic jam and the accidents? See, likewise, the freedom of speech, if unchecked, can create, in its distorted manner, can create so many problems. And the word you put, reasonable, the word reasonable has been put with very much reason. I will not decide whether some restriction is reasonable. You will not decide. The government will not decide. There is judiciary who will decide that whether this restriction is reasonable or not. And now let me ask you a question. You said there should be unrestricted free speech, freedom of speech. In Delhi riots, 53 people died because of the hate speech which was incited by politicians. Who will be liable for those things?
I said I am not against hate speech. I'm against hate speech, but it
free speech. What do you say about that?
I am against it. At the same way, I am also not.
Continue.
And I am also not supporting it. Hate speech is different. Free speech is not applicable when there is hate speech.
In the same manner, free speech and without limitations and free speech with limitation is also different. That's what I'm telling.
So are you saying there should be more limitation, or it should be no, free speech should be more?
Okay, so at least we agree that there should be restrictions.
Yes,
the
I agree.
is whether it should be more or not. That's what we are. It should be reasonable. It is in itself the constitution. And for your kind information, despite of those limitations, we are here speaking freely, expressing ourselves.
That's right. That's my point. That's my point.
Exactly. So free speech there should be restrictions which will allow us not to misuse it. That's what I'm telling.
Yes, yes, that's why I said subject to Indian constitution in my speech, we can use the freedom. That's my point.
So I am disagreeing with your fact that whether it should be ultimately an absolute right or not.
It's not absolute right. That's why, yeah, that's what I am saying. Otherwise, democracy will be getting demolished.
So if it shouldn't be absolute, you're saying that you're contradicting yourself, that there should be restrictions.
So what question I ask? Will you get hurt in leg? Will you remove your leg? Or will you put division to your leg?
I'm unable to get what you are asking and what you are answering. You are answering your question by yourself. Take a time, take a deep breath and then ask me.
I think you misunderstood my question. Free speech has some limitation. I am not disagreeing with that. But by saying the limitation, will you ban the entire speech?
You're not disagreeing with me.
Yeah.
You're not disagreeing with me.
You are not disagreeing with me, but which means you are saying free speech entirely should be banned.
I'm not saying free speech should be banned. That's unconstitutional. You shouldn't say that.
Yes.
I'm saying that there are restrictions in the constitution.
That's
and
also
there
my
should
point of
remain
view.
limitations.
Restriction should be there. If I talk that, it will be against the constitution.
By the way, our free speech has been curtailed right now.
My first question will be to Mulyan.
Kiran, sir.
You are for free speech. Now the topic is free speech rights and limits.
Yes, sir.
So you are saying that there has to be certain rights with rights are being exercised, but whether the limits are being followed.
Yes, sir, rights are being exercised, but limits, there should be an amendment to recently head speech in the Haridwar said. It should be limited, sir. Our constitution.
We all know it should be limited, but whether it is being limited.
Yeah. Sir, for that we should make our IT laws and we should make amendments to the IPC so that no one will speak against that and no one can.
So you admit the fact that there is in the present scenario there is no limit while making speeches.
No, sir. No. I'm not admitting that. There is free speech there, but some people misusing that. But I'm not telling I'm in favor of the.
Just similar question to him. The rights are exercised.
Absolutely.
And since this is a fundamental right given by the Constitution, it should be exercised by each and every citizen of this country. You cannot restrict anyone. While there are also certain restrictions embedded whether in law or by various judicial pronouncements, and those are being followed, and if anybody crosses the limits, then they are being taken by the law and the law takes it due course. So, how a public can judge the limit? It's the prerogative of the judiciary to judge the limit. What's your take on it?
So you have mentioned about law. So let me just, for point of information, there are IPC sections like 153A and B, which not only put a leash on some categories of free speech, but also criminalize it. Even the Law Commission, in its report number 267 in May 2017, have suggested inserting a new section, 153C, to curb the misuse of free speech. Now, when coming to the point that who will decide what restrictions should be applied and not, there are so many case laws, judgments, and plus they are whether these sections which I mentioned will be applicable on you or not. That's my answer.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Tanmay. Thank you, Mukilan. Now I call up the last team. That's the last controller. Sir, there is some confusion in that. Actually, the topic allotted to her against the Western style, in favor of Indian style. She wants to speak in favor of Indian style. That meaning is same.
Western parenting के support में.
The conversion is basically there is a confusion with the conversion.
Indian parenting he is for, he is against. That's
Sir, I am in favor of Western parenting.
Sir, वही मतलब but for and against के price one start.
Dr. Abdul Kalam was born in a middle-class Tamil family in Rameshwaram. His parents, despite their limited means, when he expressed his desire to study further at the district headquarters, his father advised to go out and to grow and said, "Does a seagull not fly across the sun alone or without a nest?" Hence, it was the great Indian parenting of Dr. Abdul Kalam which led him succeed in his life, become a great human being, great scientist and a great president. Hello and warm wishes to everyone present over here. I am Dipali Baradia and I'll be speaking in favor of West Indian parenting. Indian parenting is famous and accepted worldwide, and there is a reason for that. Let me explain how. In Sanskrit, there is a word known as Garbh Sanskar, meaning educating the bone of unmind. Now, as soon as one conceives, bonding of a baby starts with his or her mother. And our Indian parents, especially our mothers, start making an effort and comfortable inside. It is scientifically proven that Garbh Sanskar is really beneficial for the development of the brain of the child. Even after the birth, they imbibe in us all the good values, discipline, moral, how to behave with others. And it was the great moral ethics that Bhagwan Sri Ram inherited from his parents, that when his father asked him to go to Vanvas for straight 14 years, he didn't ask even a Srotam in the whole world. Mother standing on her toe to make sure that her child is healthier, and father dedicating all his time so that his child is able to face the realities with an ease, along with which they are always ready to go that 1 mile extra so that their child is able to do everything, not only to pursue his interest, but also to stand as a 10 feet tall to provide financial aid and emotional support. There are two extreme stages of our life. Expectations where all Indian parents have surpassed every other nation in the world. And hence, I would like to conclude by saying that without parents, you would definitely be surviving. But with parents, you would be living a life. That was my time. Thank you.
Respected President of Board of Studies, respected judges, all the organizers and my fellow aspirants, today I will speak in favor of Western parenting. Dear colleagues, I am accepting from the core of my heart that Indian culture is the best culture in the world. Therefore, the values and rules defined under Indian culture are always good. But the frailty that have been occurred in Indian culture and Indian parents over a period of time have destroyed it completely. And that's the reason why, as a more lenient approach to raising a child, it allows children to express their opinions and feelings openly with others. Parents do not force their decision on their children. Some of the major characteristics of the Western parenting are: children live in separate rooms. Children leave their parent house when they leave for a college or turns 18. Parents do not force their decision on their children. Parents try to treat their children as an independent and allow them to be creative people. If children do not be able to be reflected in the Mahabharata in the character of a Duryodhan who received overprotectiveness in their parenting. Respected judges, the impact of the Western parenting can be understood from the fact that in past 800 to 900 years, most of the scientists, economists, mathematicians, all are from Western world. Sir Thomas Edison, Isaac Newton, Wright brothers, all are from where? Yes, they are from a Western world. And one of the major reasons of the same is that their parents do not force them in their decision making. They did, such as in Joy by Shakespeare, who also got his parenting under Western style. Most importantly, under Western style of parenting, parents do not stop living their own life for the sake of their children. Respected judges, at the end, I want to conclude that Western parenting style fit with the need of the current era. And I wish in my reborn, my parenting style should be Western. Thank you. Oh, okay.
should I start?
May I ask?
For Western parents in general leave their child's hand and do not teach the integral part that is known as cooperation and interdependence. While giving independence, where is this integral part, interdependence? Do you feel like you can achieve everything and anything on your own and you're questioning your parents' decision? They have 30 years of experience and you have just 4 years of experience and you are telling your decision would be right and their would be wrong. Do you really think so? And another question I would ask, are you not doing what you wanted to do and are you doing it because your parents forced to do this?
Thank you for your both the questions. I will answer one by one. First of all, I think you have misunderstood the Western parenting style. Under Western parenting style, parents do not leave their children. They just advise their children. They tell their children what to do, what not to do, but they don't force them. What should we do in Indian parenting?
How do you know they do not force their children? There are many Western parents who force their child to do this. And how do you know all the Indian parents are forcing their child to do this only?
When we discuss about something, we discuss about majority, not about minority.
Okay, majority.
Let me answer second question.
Even if you talk about majority, there are a lot of Indian parents and it is improving that Indian parents are discussing with their children and they're allowing their child to do what they want to. Not all the Western parents are allowing. My dear friend, majority of the Western parents are also forcing their children. They are not all of them are same.
Okay, let me answer both the questions. First of all, when I am discussing about the majority, it means Western parenting. If you see the Western parenting style, it means that they are not forcing their children. They allow them what they want to do. You can search it anywhere, anytime. Let me answer first, then you will. And second question is but
I asked, so what are you doing right now? Is by your choice or your parents' force?
I think you misinterpret it. My parents
How did I misinterpret it?
Let me answer.
I didn't interpret anything. I questioned you.
Let me answer first. My parents have did everything for me. I am not doing anything because in the force of my parents, but yeah, I think that I have not received as much as independence that I want to be, as means in terms of handling a situation. Independence means taking care of yourself, if needed, taking care of other self.
You can take your care, all your care by your own self. So, for example, if you're 20 right now, you have taken your care from 0 to 20 and your parents have done nothing for you.
My parents have done everything for me. That's why I'm saying that.
If you would have left independent, so how would you take care of yourself by your own?
I'm saying that my parents have done everything for me. I have not done parenting style. Children are dependent on their children. Commonly we see
children are dependent on their children.
Children are depending on their parents till the age of 23 or 25, and in some cases they are dependent till the age of 30. We handle this situation.
It is not we are discussing how can we handle the situation.
But this is the side effect of the Indian parenting.
Even if the child is dependent on his parents, he is living with his parents, he is having mental peace. In foreign there is a culture.
They are dependent on their parents.
It is not a culture, but in general parents...
Question to you. In case of Western parenting, when children desert, they don't have emotional support. So if there is a breakdown or something in their life, then they straight away turn to drugs or maybe suicide. So because there is nobody to take their care, so how do you reconcile that with Western parenting?
Thank you, sir. We can see it commonly that around the age, child, even the age of hardly 10 to 12 years are drinking and taking a smoking. It is not about supporting, it's just about discussing. In Indian parenting style, parents do not discuss openly with the children, and in a Western style, they are discussed. Those children got affected in India, children are affecting to this is only because of two reasons. First, about, it can be, we can say, sir, it is because of a it is because of a restriction. In India, have to be restricted. And second is, in Indian parenting style, children do not discuss openly things with their children, and that's why they easily, when they got to know something about.
That's what the reason they are going towards the drugs or alcohol.
I think, sir, they can sustain because they are independent enough. If a person is independent, sir, how can we take the help of our parents? For what time period, at what age, matlab till what age we can take the help of our parents? At a point of time we should love our India. They have said that in a Bhagavad Gita, Lord Krishna had said that everyone should be independent. And sir, we should be independent till the age of 18 or 20. Sir, how much time we will take to become independent or to control our emotions?
Okay, another question is, see, parents were also children sometime.
Sorry?
And parents are also children sometime. So maybe after they become parent, after they grow old, and if they don't have much means to survive, at that time if the children are not there, they will be left high and dry. It's not that everywhere government supports the old age. So how do you reconcile this particular phenomena?
Sir, this thing we are also watching these things in India where parents are living, children are living with their parent, but when they when they are reaching their old age, children are leave their parents. Sir, it is not a situation.
No, let us try to understand how do we reconcile in Western style. What is happening in Indian style is different. Maybe we talk of majority is not happening, so perhaps. So in Western style, what is the rescue?
Sir, there are laws and guidelines and their government are supporting according to their culture.
Okay, and now the governments are not having much money, so government are now shying from supporting.
Sir, it is an economical issue.
No, it is economical, but then it's reality.
Education because we do not have funding. So it is also a part of running an economy. Therefore, the government should fund them. Because it is the nature, it is a culture of Western society.
Okay, thank you. To you. Now, do you want that every children should be the idol of their parents and they should not have their own thinking? That
only, but there's this guidance that parents give us or they support us in which direction we should move because they know us more than we know ourselves. They have grown us. Our mother has felt us. We were in our mother, so she knows us more than anyone else, and she would probably give better advice or better support that who should we idol and what should we do.
So your presumption is that parents always know better than children, and that is true of
Not
this
always,
Abdul Kalam also.
Not always, but yeah, in majority of the cases.
And in case of Western,
Yeah.
they leave the home at the becoming adult or maybe 18 or plus,
Yeah.
and that is not happening in Indian culture.
Yes.
So, is it appropriate or inappropriate? To an extent, extends abandoning the parents' house.
Okay.
That is not in Indian culture.
Yeah, but
So
sir,
how do you compare?
If one lives alone or if a child lives alone, how much he can do things by his or herself? He would need support. Our parents support us. Not only mother and father includes parents, it includes our grandparents as well, and especially in joint families, they support us so much. If I live by myself alone in a house, what would I do? I'll have all the responsibility on my own self, and not all the independence is good, sir. There are children who are misusing this independence as well.
Okay. Dipali,
Yes, sir.
You are saying Indian parenting is good.
Yeah.
And in Indian parenting, and definitely with life progresses, you will also have a responsibility of another vertical as well. But do you think that the same way what your mother she has given you the kind of Indian parenting style, will it be possible in your generation when you will be chartered accountant, you will be working as professional and all, so you will be able to hold that Indian parenting style?
Sir, can I answer that question in a personal manner, please? Yeah, sure. Yeah. Sir, my mother is also a professional woman. She's also a working woman. She's a teacher. So I have seen her managing all the things by side, managing home, managing work life. But one thing she has never forgotten about is how to make sure that I do all the things correctly. I share my stuff with her. I share my things with her. I need support. Even today, before coming here, like I was nervous, I was upset. What would I do and what would I not? She was there for me. She was standing with me. She said, "You will do what you will do your 100% and go." And she has always supported me. So I feel like I have learned this thing from her, and I'll maybe try my best to do the same thing with my future generation.
Very good. Okay.
Thank you, Dipali. Thank you, Ashish. Thank you, judges. Now, it's after such a great debate, discussion, informative information sharing, knowledge enhancing of everybody on each and every topic. I think it's a time for a break. Now, we'll go for a break and meet after exact 30 minutes. Then we have a award ceremony. Meanwhile, we'll make the results and also the exact, now it's, I think it's 2:30, so we'll be here by 3 o'clock sharp. Yeah, no debate after lunch. The results will be final. I think everybody agreed with that. So I thank you, all of you, all the participants.
to join here because anytime the dignitaries will come. Fine. How many are left now? Put a message or give them a call to join. वो नेशनल एंथम एक बार एसी कम करवा दो, बहुत तेज हो रहा है. क्या वाले तो रख ले, बाकी भी देख लो जो विधि का है. विधि कहाँ गई? आ रही है? उमेश, यहाँ पे कुर्सी लगवा दो ऊपर. रमना जी पता नहीं कहाँ गए. क्या क्या क्या? रमना जी सर कह रहे हैं बिस्किट्स लाए हैं, वो ले आओ. और ऊपर स्टेज पे कुर्सियाँ लगानी है सर कह रहे हैं. हाँ 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 हाँ. Students, just be quiet now. The dignitaries are here. Thank you. Thank you. A warm good afternoon to all of you for joining here with our dignitaries. They have come all far from Kolkata and many other places all over India. Even the students have joined far away. So thanks to Sir Sushil Goyal ji for organizing such a grand event.
Council member Chitle sir, council member elect Kota Srinivas, and 4 judges. Memento. अच्छा रिजल्ट बाद में, रिजल्ट तो लास्ट में करेंगे. So first we will hear from the judges 1 minute. That is. So if Kota sir, before leaving, if you want to say something, please over to you. Anything you want.
Yeah. I think already as said in the morning also,
the best out of the best will be selected here. And I was in that PPT presentation, I was not in this debate. Everyone has done to the best of their ability and knowledge. Really, I can see the future of this profession. All the best to all of you in all your endeavors throughout your life.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Now, I am thankful to him. He came from Bangalore just to judge this program, just to motivate all you students. So I am requesting Guinea ma'am to offer him a memento.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. It is under sealed cover.
Thank you, sir, for joining here.
Thank you.
Meet you soon, sir. Thank you. Have a happy journey.
So before I invite judges to speak, कुछ बातें पहले मैं कर लूँ. So what is your views? Conference ये जो competition है ये online हो सकता था? But so many of you written that we want to come online. This is not the fact. So I think after attending this competition, all you agree with me that this type of competition cannot be judged, it can be organized, but it cannot be best judged online. So we have selected city Hyderabad for two reasons. One reason that we have our own infrastructure, so we can have minimum contact with the outside world. And second is the reason that Hyderabad city was having lowest number of COVID cases when we selected Hyderabad. And still I think it is the lowest number of cases. So we are not only has its own limitations. So still if you feel that tomorrow evening is a lesser time, seeing qualities of all of you, because there is a requirement to send videos of 2 minutes. Still you feel, please contact, I think both the MEMs are in your fingertips. You contact them that I want to write the paper, please consider my paper even it is late. Even it is late. So definitely they will consider. Why we are organizing international conference? We want to show talent of student to the student only. So that is the reason. So I want all of you should be there. Thank you. Now I should start from Chitle sir only. Your views, sir? Anything, any motivation to the students?
No, I think gone are the days of hard working. These are the days of smart working. And I'm sure in the debate and in this PPT presentation, you have definitely taken tips for smart working. Because there was one saying in our region, they said, वो उसकी गलियों में साउथ
Center of Excellence Hyderabad. I have gone to Bhubaneswar. I have gone to Safa. When Tanmesh, you will sound like anything in social media, that I request all the students to participate in national conference, to put their paper in national conference. Don't think कि अरे ज़्यादा पेपर चला जाएगा तो मेरे को नहीं आएगा. My dear friend, healthy competition always create healthy environment. So my humble request to each one of you, to please participate in large number in these kind of, and I very closely work with sir, and I know how much hard effort he is putting in to make all these events successful. So this is fourth last thing I would like to give my suggestion to all of you, that 4 pillars are there as to become knowledgeable chartered accountant. 4 pillars. The first pillar is your theoretical knowledge which you read. Second is your articles, if what you are doing. Third is your IT skills, what again you have to learn all micro. And in third pillar, that IT skills today, when I heard that today's session is on PPT, I was thinking that I think institute has taken this topic is nothing like that. Nothing. This is the one of the best topic and need of the hour. And the fourth one which you all have done today is your communication skills. Since morning everyone is saying, many council members are told on that part that communication, unless and until we communicate. So you are investing your time in your fourth pillar. So by coming over here, by taking all the risk in this corona and all, you all have taken risk of maintaining your fourth pillar, that is your communication skill. So my humble request to all of you, please invest your time, theoretical knowledge, practical knowledge, your IT skills and your communication skills. So once again, I sincerely thanks to sir, sincerely thanks to Sushil sir and the Board of Studies team that for giving me this opportunity, and from core of my heart, I wish you all the best, your exams, your flying color chartered accountancy degree as well. Thank you very much.
So, applause is the buzzword today. So everybody was telling you to give a big round of applause here. So I'll add it to it something more. You give standing ovation to yourself. Because you all are winners here. You all are winners here. The best part of the thing, during the competition I said that the fellowship which I observed here was mind-blowing. Everybody was cooperating with each other. That is really amazing, I would say. I'm short of words rather. I'm thankful to my friend for giving me this opportunity to interact with people like Chitle sir, to these young chartered accountants in front of me, and you young friends. What Raj said, our profession is going to be in safe hands. Our profession is in safe hands of these people and is going to be in safe hands, because you are the future of not only our profession, you are the future of our country. Coming to the competition, yeah, once I put my pen down, I thought, why should I give marks to these people? Everybody was on equal footing. But this is to happen and this was to happen, that one or two persons we had to select. There was no way out for us. So don't lose your heart, I would say. You all are winners. Once again, I am telling you, thumbs up with both the hands to you people. You see, knowledge is the power. You might have heard of one song, गोरे रंग पर इतना गुमान न कर, गोरा रंग 2 दिन में ढल जाएगा. But you see, education, your knowledge will die with when you die. So, with this participation in competition, you did a lot of research. Your knowledge has enhanced. If you are just studying and preparing for your exams, you see, your knowledge will be confined to your materials only. But here, all dimensional development of your own knowledge. So, keep it on and on. Thank you.
First of all, I must congratulate the institute for taking this initiative, even in this pandemic period, to have this wonderful program wherein we have all the bright students from throughout the country, and having this wonderful session, and we being able to be a part of this session. So thanks to the institute, and I request to continue to have such programs, maybe quarterly or on a regular basis. What I would like to say to all of you, my fellow judges have mentioned about the good aspects of communication, good aspects about how you performed well.
Yes, sir.
I'll just try to bring a small point across to all of you. I am a CA, also an MBA from SPJN Institute of Management, and I also had this feeling that MBAs are much better in presentation, chartered accountants are much better technically. And when we move up to the corporate level, because as you would be qualifying and preparing your career ahead, most of you would be joining the corporates, and even if you start on your own sometimes later, you will realize that the technical aspects are required, but up to a certain level, up to a certain extent. Maybe first 2-3 years of your career. But what takes you beyond that level is your communication skills. And there your competition will not be with your fellow chartered accountants, it will be with the graduates from the premier IM institutes or any other such MBA institutes, or maybe science graduates, people from across the sections, across the subjects. And there, what would take you up is these are communication skills. So this is just the starting point. Don't consider it to be an end. This is just the starting point. And you need to create a habit. People would have been advising you on that, but simple things. First of all, I think English is important, but not the criteria for success. So even if you are speaking in your vernacular language, be good in communicating your thoughts. It's all about communication of your thoughts. Be clear in your thoughts. So I feel communication is being hot. It is about hot, honest, open, and a two-way communication. If you just remember that, the hot communication, which is honest, open, and two-way. And feel free to get in touch with the institute members, the council members. If you have any problems, don't hesitate, and communicate the same to your fellow friends, that if any issues are there, if you face any problems, feel free, and we are there to help you out. All the best to you.
No, you are asking me आगे भी बोलेंगे. CA students always remember again, but at least loud. Kota Srinivasan was felicitated. He said Guinea has given him Kohinoor, and then he went off. But then now I realize that Guinea has given him Kohinoor rice because of
For a few more minutes, please sir, you want to speak something? Any motivation more? No, thank you. So we want to keep the suspense little more. So first we will distribute the participation certificate and mementos.
So we all know every celebration is an experience. The external fades away, but the inner lingers and echoes in deep in our heart.
All these names of all the students, you have to come in front. We'll issue a certificate as well as a participation trophy to all of you. Now first I'm calling the students from the debate. Pushti Sahani. Tanmay Sharma. Aman Srivastava. Vishal Agarwal. Aman Srivastava.
One important announcement, none of you secure more than less than 75 and none of you secure more than 90. So you can understand how tough.
Agam Nirmal Kumar. Miss Dipali Alok Bardia. Akshat Agarwal. Mukilan SS. Bhargav Sai Prasad K. Vishwas R. Kumar. Chandrasekhar. Swati
Subudhi. Swagat Subudhi. Dipali Das. Please. Ravi Bajoria. Khushbu Sharma. Sejal Gupta. कपूर Now I call up the PPT students.
Now we request the PPT best presenter students. Yeah, please come, please come.
चेक योर सर्टिफिकेट्स, अगर नाम बदली हुआ तो अपने दोस्त से बदल लें।
खुद को मत बदलना, नाम को सर्टिफिकेट को बदल लो। ऐसे ही क्यों रावत जी? ऐसे ही दे दो। देखते जा रहे हैं, उन्हें को मना कर रहे देखने के लिए। We call now best presenter students Tanmay Sharma, the next one is Shubham, next one is Shubham, Aman Srivastava, Mr. Santosh, Miss Khushi, Miss Khushi, Srivastava, अरे बार बार देखे जा रहे हैं।
Srivastava GN. Last row, please.
Apira, Mr. Swaraj, Mr. Swaraj, Vikash, Abhijit Singh, Abhijit Singh, Ritik Chopra, Vibhuti Sharma. Happiness, but happiness is the key to success. So, a big applause for all of you.
Now hold your breath. I have a final results with me. I request everyone from the participants to please be seated. Shall I announce the result? PPT or debate? हाँ पहले इसमें डिबेट करते हैं कि पहले पीपीटी का कि डिबेट था. For debate, any guesses? Raghav. Second runner for the motion, Aman Srivastava. मैंने गलत नाम लिख दिया. Against for the motion, any guesses? Sejal Gupta.
Now the result of best presenter will be announced. And who will be the second winner? Any guesses? Any guess? It's Srivastava from Bangalore. He's the second winner. A big applause for Srivastava. Now, after second, who is the first? Vibhuti from Chandigarh. Vibhuti from Chandigarh. With this, we conclude this great evening and along with the trophies, of course. Come with your trophies, the winners, on the stage. I think everybody has enjoyed the evening. Big applause for everybody, our winners. come here and make the program a grand success.
Thanks to Board of Studies, thanks to Daya Center of Excellence. Notice. And I hope and जजेस का मेमेंटो हम लोग घर पे दे देंगे. जजेस का मेमेंटो दे दो. आप दे दो ना. विधि टू हैंड ओवर मेमेंटो टू नीरज हरदिया.
Everybody please be seated.
आप भी ले आओ ना. आप भी ले आओ ना. गिनी मैडम टू शशि गोयल. Now, Vidhi, please do to Neeraj Agarwal.
Big applause.
And Vidhi ji, please, and one for Daya sir.
Why me? I have to give you. One to Sushil Jana.
Sir, this is memento for good work, Daya Center of Excellence. Thank you.
ये आप लोग इधर आइए.
हाँ.
Now for the people who are organized. Big round of
चलो.
ultimately to the chairman of Board of Studies.
ये सर क्या गाड़ी में रखवा देना.
Big round of applause.
I think all you enjoyed this facility at COE. To keep on enjoying. This is